Sound good. Just doing a sound check for the live stream. Test, test, check, test, test.
Hey, Mayor Pro Tem. With $8.15.
Y'all are optimistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all know something I
All right, sir, we're live.
All right, 6 o'clock, and I will now call to order Apex Town Council regular scheduled meeting for Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. Thanks to everyone who has joined us tonight, and we'll move right now to the attendance roll call for all council members. So when I call your name, please respond with here. Mayor Pro Tem Nicole Dozier.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Audra Killingsworth.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Bray Gant.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Cheryl Stallings.
Here.
And thank you so much, Councilmember Terry Mahaffey.
Here.
Thank you. We have everyone accounted for. All right, we'll move now to the invocation. And as I shared last week, does anybody remember what BAM means? By all means, Apex, right? BAM, by all means. It's a little creativity. We're moving along. So I want to talk about, in 2 days, we will celebrate Thanksgiving. And it is all about giving thanks to not just with collard greens and macaroni and cheese and turkey. We get full off of people that give thanks to us. And the more thanks that we possess, we can actually give thanks to more people. So being thankful is the focus for tonight. And I just want to say I'm thankful for everyone that I have my eyes on right now, to share this space with you, this time with you as a mayor, with this council, staff members, community members. I'm thankful to be in this position. And I just want to say, let's have fun Thursday for Thanksgiving and enjoy that, but let's make it every day of the year, giving thanks. All right, and that's the close of the invocation. We'll move now to the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would, please post a flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we'll move now to presentations. We have the first presentation tonight by Apex Consolidated Alumni and North Forgotten History Committee. And we have Miss Doris here with us tonight. You there?
Hello.
Hello. All right, and Miss Cindy Donnelly. So you guys have the floor now. You want to give your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. You want Randy to go first?
Randy, are you there?
I'll go.
Go ahead.
Okay. Give it honor to my Lord Jesus Christ, to the mayor, Jock Gilbert. Thank you. To Nicole Dozier, Mayor Pro Tem Nicole Dozier. Thank you. We will miss you. We didn't want this time to go by and you not be here, so we could thank you. To Apex Town Council, thank you so much for what you have done for us. On behalf of North Carolina Forgotten Histories, that's what we came tonight, this evening, to say thank you. And Mayor, that is so appropriate that you say this will be a time for thankfulness, because we really are thankful for what you have done for us. The Apex Consolidated School meant so much to so many people, people that could not attend school any other way. We have doctors and lawyers and fire chiefs and just everything that we needed in the community, because many times we could not go out of the community. So the professionals was there in the community that had been trained from Apex Consolidated School. And we're just so thankful tonight for the teachers, for the principals, for the staff. Someone said just today that the food that they used to cook was just so good. It was fresh vegetables, and I think it might have been from somebody's farm. It was so fresh, and the aroma was just so good. And so a lot of this history we're trying to compile and share with people. And again, on behalf of North Carolina Forgotten History, We just thank you.
I'm going to see if, Randy, are you there?
Okay,
I'm going to see,
speaker.
I'm going to try to, you're on speaker. If you want to speak, we're going to try to see if they can hear you.
That's
See
not
if you
right.
can talk loudly.
That's not it. He was loud. Hold on.
Now I go, okay.
Okay, that's good.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. You have to excuse me. My name is Randy Harrington. I am the president of the Apex Consolidated Alumni. We are a small organization. Our primary gate. We're going to try to see if they can hear you.
Go ahead. You're good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. But we're a small organization that are trying to give back to the community and to our heritage. We give a little scholarship away every year, 4 of them, and we're just trying to help the community. But I would like to thank the mayor, Jock Gilbert, Mayor Pro Tem Nancy
Nicole.
Dozier.
Nicole.
Sorry,
Nicole.
mispronounced your name.
Nicole Dozier.
Nicole, I'm sorry. Uh-oh. I did make a mistake. Please forgive it. A tribute to my mind, not my heart. I would like to thank you because Apex Consolidated is where I got my foundation. And as all of you know, anything or any project you do has to have a good foundation to succeed. As the history has been somewhat muddled and a little bit lost. And I'm sorry.
You're good. I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, okay. But I would just like to say thank you to all of you. And to those two on the side there, Battle, Doris and Cindy, I mean, this would never have been completed without those two. They are my lead warriors, my pit bull. They are very tenacious. They get things done. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart and from the association. And again, okay, I would like to just say big heartily thank you for helping us to continue to remember some of our history.
Okay. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
I cut him off.
Okay.
I'm Cindy Donnelly, and see if you can get him back on.
Okay.
And Doris asked me about a year ago to be on this committee to get a historic marker for the Rosenwald, to designate Apex Elementary as a Rosenwald school, and also to recognize it as Apex Consolidated, and for the input it's had for so many people in that respect. We actually have known each other all our lives, but we did attend the school during 1970-71, the first year of integration. So we've communicated from Apex to Pennsylvania for this whole year. We first saw each other this weekend. So, but I want to say a special thank you to Liz Lofton with your Apex Planning Department, because she really guided me through the process of applying for the grant application that you also graciously offered to us. And I don't know that this marker would be possible without that. So we really, really appreciate it. Mayor Gilbert, thank you for your support and encouragement. And so it makes work easier when you have that kind of support. And Randy Harrington was kind to meet with me and Katie Kagia to find a location. Katie Kagia, principal at Apex Elementary, has also been just really integral in navigating Wake County Public School System. So we look forward to meeting you all, hopefully in person in February. We hope to unveil the marker during Black History Month. And so we hope to see you again. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, very exciting. Thank you so much. And we want to give you a round of applause for your work on this. There are a lot of people cheering you on from many communities. I know my parents that attended Apex Consolidated, they're really excited about what you have done to recognize the history So again, I join my colleagues in sharing our thanks to you for getting this done. And I know it was a big effort, people working together. So we have more work to do. So thank you for what you've done so far. All right. Any colleagues want to make any comments before we move on? Okay. Hearing none. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. It's quite a morale booster just to, have a meeting that starts with, with good news, and, and the community coming, serving the community is a pleasure, but it's not easy. And so, it's good to see when people can pull together, and most people would agree that this is a good thing. And so it's always good to have something that the Hill community can get behind and just highlight sort of the full history of Apex and of its people. So thank you so much. Thanks for the kind words.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
You're welcome.
Council Member Stallings.
Yes, I would just like to echo what Mayor Pro Tem said. We're so glad you're here, and thank you for your work on this project. And I so look forward to seeing you in February, hopefully in person. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll move now to presentation number 2, and it is to present a proclamation for Small Business Saturday 2021. And I know we have Ms. Colleen Moraes in the house, our Downtown and Small Business Development Coordinator. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation, and it is Small Business Saturday. Whereas the town of Apex, North Carolina celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our economy and to our unique and vibrant community character. And where small businesses continue to navigate the unprecedented challenges of a global pandemic as they support their employees and meet the needs of their local communities. And whereas according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 32.5 million small businesses employing 46.8% of the private workforce in the United States. And whereas according to the United States Small Business Administration in North Carolina, there are 964,280 small businesses in North Carolina, and they account for 99.6% of North Carolina businesses and were responsible for creating 39,382 net new jobs in 2021. That's amazing. Whereas according to 2020 Small Business Saturday Consumer Insight Survey, sales at independent retailers and restaurants on Small Business Saturday reached an estimated $19.8 billion in 2020, up from 19.6 in 2019. And where Small Business Saturday celebrates the remarkable spirit of Apex, North Carolina, small businesses, and shows how essential they are to our community. Whereas companies planning promotions on Small Business Saturday said the day helps their business stand out during the busy holiday shopping season and contributes significantly to their holiday sales each year. And whereas public awareness of the contributions made by Apex local businesses is the key to sustaining a healthy business climate. And whereas the citizens of Apex are grateful to the small businesses of Apex for their presence in our community. Whereas the town of Apex joins the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the Apex Chamber of Commerce, and we do have Shannon Flaherty here, in supporting America's small businesses. Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of the town of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim Saturday, November 27th, 2021, as Small Business Saturday. And we urge residents of our community and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year, signed this 23rd day of November 2021. So I'll turn it over now to Ms. Colleen Moraes if you want to make any quick comments so we can move on to the agenda.
Yes, so on this Thankful Tuesday, I am thankful for all of the lovely small businesses here in Apex, and I'm going to give Shannon Flaherty, president of the chamber, a moment to talk real quick. We have a whole promotion going on. We have over 47 businesses participating in Small Business Saturday here in Apex. If people would visit the apexeconomicdevelopment.com Small Business Saturday page, they can get a listing of all of the specials that are here. They can join the Facebook group. It has it also. We also created an interactive map so people know where to go find all those amazing deals this Saturday. I think you guys got some swag bags and some things like that that I dropped off for you so that you guys can shop small. But this is just a reminder that while, yes, Saturday is Small Business Saturday across the country, we hope that you will continue to shop small, not just on Saturday, but all season long, all year long, and support all of those amazing small businesses, not only here in Apex, but around the country. Because as Mayor mentioned, over 99.6% of the businesses in North Carolina are small businesses. So Shannon, you want to talk a little bit more about the partnership that we have for this promotion, as well as some other things this holiday season?
All right, Ms. Flaherty, the floor is yours. Can you hear us? I don't think she can hear us. Okay. And Ms. Moraes, you're on mute right now.
So to keep things short, also on Saturdays, Small Business Saturday, we kick off the holiday receipt raffle, which is a partnership with the Apex Chamber as well. It runs November 27th through December 19th. There's 4 chances for people to win, and all you have to do is log your receipts. There'll be a QR code near the register with a poster, and you can just log your receipts, spend $25, you get 1 entry to win.
All right, thank you for that. Now we have President Shannon Flaherty. She's, I think she can hear us now. You have comments?
I can. Sorry, on my end, I still hear Colleen speaking, so there's some delay. But yes, so super excited to be in partnership with the Town of Apex Economic Development Department. Sounds like Colleen talked a little bit about it, but spend $25 downtown. Can you all hear me?
You're good. Yep.
I think there might be a little bit of a delay.
Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and wrap the comments up. Thank you so much for the information. Appreciate you being here tonight. Technology, that's what happens. So, Ms. Moraes, thank you so much for all the information, and we will be shopping small. All right. Thank you so much. All right. We now move to consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine to be enacted by one motion with the adoption of the consent agenda and without discussion. If a council member requests discussion of an item, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. And I know we have one quick edit or change on the consent agenda. I think it's just a typo. And I will have our assistant town manager to come on and share that change for us, please. Mr. Purvis.
Sorry, I am coming on. Technology again, right? So yes, sorry, Mayor, Council, good evening. Just one quick change on your consent before you approve it. Is this just clarification? On consent 14, it says 2021. It should be 2022 for the January date. And we just want to make sure that the proper motion is made so that when you make your motion for the consent, if you just acknowledge that that's supposed to be 2022, so that we don't retroactively have an issue.
All right, thank you, Mr. Purvis, for that.
Yes,
so with that change, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with that change on the consent item 14?
It was your motion to approve with the changes on consent item 14.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Gant.
Second, Gant. All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye, opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, thank you. That passes unanimously. We now move to setting of the regular meeting agenda. And you have the agenda in front of you. Are there any changes or updates to the agenda before we approve?
Mayor Gilbert, this is Dozier. I'd like to add on an item.
Okay, proceed, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure. So given the engagement from the community related to a future project, the Wake County Apex Main EMS Station, I would like to have a new business item to discuss this.
Okay. All right, so recommended new business item, discussion on that item, and it would be new business number 1. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, with that change, are there any other changes to the agenda before we move forward? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to approve with the change to new business 1 on the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda with the change and adding new business 1.
All right, thank you so much. Is there a second?
I second it, Stallings.
So motion Killingsworth, second Stallings. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye, opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier?
Aye.
Thank you, Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Thank you, Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Thank you, Councilmember Stallings,
Aye.
and Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, that passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We have a set meeting agenda. We'll move now to the public forum, and this is an opportunity for community members to speak and present any suggestions or concerns for 3 minutes. And of course, we're virtually tonight, so we do have, I'm going to cue in our deputy clerk to present those items for us tonight for public forum. Ms. Silver, are you there?
Can you not hear me?
I hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Ms. Silver, if you're playing audio, I can't hear anything. Are you?
I am.
Okay.
Okay, hold on just a second.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Silver, I do see, are you sharing your screen? What you're doing? Ms. Silver, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I don't hear an audio at all. I don't know if you played before.
And I had to do something, but let me see if it'll work this time.
Okay.
This public comment is from Caroline Pugh. I was discouraged about the recent bond passage, firstly because the current funds from the previous bond haven't been expended. Secondly, and more concerning, is the plan to widen Apex Peakway between Riley Road and Center Street, tearing down trees near a residential area. There is already a great deal of traffic, and I feel this will encourage even more traffic as well as lay the groundwork to widen the road further. Can you provide any assurance that Apex Peakway will not be converted to a 4-lane highway down the road? Isn't that what 64 is for? Lastly, I have lived here only 3 years, and my taxes and fees have gone up twice. This public comment is from Jacob Perry. Greetings. I am writing today to ask for consideration to increase the number of public EV charge stations available in Apex. Electric vehicles have been on a steady rise over the last several years, but one major limitation is the lack of public chargers. There are only a handful of public chargers available within town limits, which do not meet Apex's growing needs. This limitation especially hurts renters who in many cases do not have access to home charging and must rely on public charging, as well as homeowners who may not have the resources to upgrade their homes. What I propose is a measure to increase the availability of CCS and Tesla charge stations. Some areas of consideration are grocery stores and shopping center parking lots, movie theaters, public parks, large apartment complexes, hospitals, and other areas of congregation. All of these areas have high traffic density as well as the needed time to charge a vehicle for at least 30 minutes or longer. The recently passed infrastructure bill has earmarked $7.5 billion for EV charging stations, which Apex could utilize for funds. Also, I would be willing to support any future bills and bonds to pay for the installation and maintenance of this infrastructure. If Apex is able to stay ahead of the curve on this emerging infrastructure, we will continue to be a highly desirable and progressive place to live. Thank you for your time.
This public comment is from Tina Sherman. Good morning, Mayor Gilbert, Mayor Pro Tem Dozier, and members of the Town Council. I'm writing to you with concerns about the Wake County Apex Main EMS station. My concerns fall into two categories: the minor site plan and deficiencies regarding buffers, stormwater drainage, lighting and grading, the opening of the sub-street Ellerview Drive. This road happens to be adjacent to my property. The first concern is currently being addressed by staff and the TRC. My understanding is that the applicant, Wake County, is currently addressing the concerns brought up in the initial review of their application and will be resubmitting their updated application in early December. At this time, there is no further action needed on this concern. My latter concern around the opening up of Ellerview Drive remains unresolved. I have had extensive conversations with staff regarding my concerns and believe the only solution is for the town council to update the UDO to reflect what I see as a conflict with ordinances and ensure the safety of all the residents in Kelly Grove. Please find additional details below. Kelly Grove is a neighborhood that consists of two cul-de-sacs that are connected with one major entrance and exit onto Kelly Road. We are a neighborhood of less than 50 homes with no current plans and limited ability to expand. My neighbors and I have strong concerns of increased and cut-through traffic into our subdivision. Of course, like many cul-de-sacs, our neighborhood is full of children playing in the road regularly. Residents and regular visitors of Toad Hollow Trail know to expect this and are on the lookout for little ones. Vehicles looking to cut through will be completely unaware. Given that the building is a government facility and not a residential subdivision, we feel that right now is not the time to extend the substreet. As a strong endorser of the recently adopted transportation plan, I completely understand the need for and strongly support connectivity. It would absolutely be appropriate if we had additional homes and neighborhoods that we would be welcoming, but an extension into our small, not expanding subdivision does not benefit the broader Apex community and could be potentially dangerous for our neighborhood. Additionally, Tommy Moorman with Wake County Facilities Design and Construction has assured me that the project with the necessary parking and driveway space does not need the sub-street extension. He states that the project can proceed without it and that it is only being done to meet the requirements of the town. If the town did not require, he would be willing to waive his right of way so that the road could be extended at another time. In other words, the town of Apex has full and sole authority to not extend the substreet. Having spoken with staff about the UDOs that affect this project, I would like to point out the specific concerns and conflicts that I see. Please find the specific sections attached. Section 2.3.6.e, especially Section 7, states that Article 7 subdivisions are applicable. I believe that they are not, or at best it is conflicting because this section relates to subdivisions, not all development. This needs to be clarified and or corrected to apply to only subdivisions. Section 7.2.1.A2 points of ingress and egress and 7.2.1.K substreets are from the subdivision section of the UDO. These are not applicable because the development is not a subdivision or residential in any way. I understand that there may be some safety concerns. I believe the extension of the road will cause more issues regarding safety than it will solve. Maintenance of the status quo means that we are just as safe now as we will be once construction is complete. One might even argue we will be more safe because we now have an EMS facility in our backyard. I do understand that access to homes is an issue, and I would like to point out that there is a threshold in which more than 50 homes in a subdivision triggers the extension of a substreet or adding another egress. I believe that it is an important threshold to maintain. Our subdivision currently does not meet this threshold and at the moment does not have plans to meet this threshold. If the remaining land is developed into residential properties, an extension of the substreet would absolutely be warranted at that time. This is detailed in Article 7, Subdivision, Section 7.5, Required and Improvements, Section 7.54, Streets. I want to be clear that if this were a residential project, there would be no issue with the road extension. The concern is mainly that the neighborhood is being opened up for no clear benefit to the residents within or the community at large. I urge the town council to take action to ensure the safety of all the residents in Kelly Grove by not opening up Evergreen Drive if or until there is a residential development increasing the number of homes in our neighborhood, and to rectify the conflict or clarify the UDO so that this situation does not happen to other residents of the town. Thank you for your time and attention. I hope that we can find a resolution to this issue. Tina Sherman. We also received public forum comments from N. Dashi, Lovely Jose, Sebastian Dennison, Jim and Margaret Hunn, Herb Kirkin, Ed and Cindy Sikowitz, Robin Pecora, Thomas Pecora, Jody Keebler, M. Surhabi, I. Akohil, V. Bumpali, Jennifer Tyson, Elliot Tyson, Marty Pease, and John Sherman expressing the same concerns. We received 3 additional comments after the deadline, and all 20 comments have been given to council.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Silver. With that, we'll go ahead and close public forum and move to public hearings. And the first one tonight is public hearing, a possible motion to adopt an ordinance on the question of annexation number 719. Ms. Amanda Bunce.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The first public hearing is for annexation 719, which is at 5921 Farm Pond Road. It's in the northern part of our jurisdiction, just off of Davis Drive on the south side of Farm Pond Road. The request to annex is due to the need for service for water for this property, and staff is recommending approval.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Bunce. Any questions from council? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for comments for this item. And Ms. Silver, do we have any comments for this?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close public hearing for comments, and it's back to council for discussion and lead to a possible motion to approve.
Ms. Dozier, motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Killingsworth.
Second, Killingsworth. All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none. We'll go ahead and take the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye, opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
And Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, thank you. The motion passes unanimously. We'll move now to public hearing 2. Public hearing and possible motion to adopt an ordinance on the question of annexation number 720. Ms. Amanda Bunce.
So this annexation is located in the western part of our jurisdiction, just south of Highway 64 and in the Deer Creek community. The request to annex is so that a new campus of Triangle Math and Science Academy can have construction drawings approved. They will be connecting to town water and sewer services.
All right, thank you so much. Questions from council? All right, hearing none. We'll now open up public hearing for comments for this item. Oops, I'm sorry. We do have Council Member Mahaffey. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, Mayor, I was a little slow there finding the hand button. I'm curious, for this Triangle Math and Science campus, has there been any public engagement with the surrounding homeowners? Are they aware of what's going on here as part of this process, or is it all fallen underneath whatever threshold is required for at least notification of this project?
The site plan that is under review is under the threshold for major site plan. This is a minor site plan, but there are property owners in the area that are aware of the proposal. When the application was submitted, we did start to hear from some adjacent property owners.
And are those homeowners, are they able to, in terms of the public getting involved in the TRC when we're reviewing a minor site plan, is that different than a major site plan? Are they still able to submit comments and have those reviewed?
So anyone can contact staff with questions or comments about a proposed site plan, whether it's a minor site plan or a major site plan. If you'll recall, we changed the process for major site plans to be staff level approval recently. And then staff will take any comments or concerns we hear from the public, and we will look at the zoning, the UDO to see and to ensure that the plans are consistent with the UDO, and then we will share any consistent concerns or concerns we receive with the applicant to see if there's something that they can do to mitigate those concerns, as you know, in a good neighbor type of way. But as TRC, we are enforcing the ordinance and zoning conditions that may exist on the property.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll open up public hearing for comments for this item. Ms. Silver, are there any comments?
No, sir.
All right, thank you so much. We'll close public hearing for comments, and it's back to council for a possible motion leading to approval. For discussion. So is there a motion? All right, Councilmember Mahaffey.
Yeah, so I did have a chance to view at least what was a sketch site plan a long time ago. And at this point, I guess, you know, several months. My concern at the time was mainly with the layout of the carpool lane. I thought got a little too close to some of those apartments, or not apartments, the townhomes in the back. And what I struggle with is, you know, I think we have to recognize that the legislative environment we're in is kind of moving away from in North Carolina having town municipalities really participate at all in municipal approval of school sites, and that's just kind of where we're at. So I struggled to find an avenue to really discuss that. So I guess I'll just mention that in passing now. I also don't really feel like it's appropriate for us to use the annexation process to kind of shoehorn those discussions in. And I'll just say that. So that's just my comment. And I guess, you know, we'll see where the minor site plan goes.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other comments from council members? All right, hearing none. We're still reviewing all the information. No further discussion. Is there a motion of any kind?
This is Killingsworth. I'll make a motion to approve annexation.
All right, motion to approve Killingsworth. Is there a second?
I'll second Gant.
All right, second Gant. Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye, opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier,
Aye.
Councilmember Killingsworth,
Aye.
Councilmember Gant,
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings,
Aye.
Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously. All right, we'll move now to public hearing 3. Public hearing and possible motion to approve rezoning application 21 CZ 21. Lauren Stoudemire.
Good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. This is rezoning case 21 CZ 21 for Beauregard Place at Weddington. This subject property is a total of 3.30 acres. It is located in the general northwest area in our ETJ, south of Green Level West Road, east of American Tobacco Trail, and at the end of Beauregard Place within the Weddington subdivision. The property is currently vacant and is heavily wooded. You can't see on this map, but there is a stream located through the top portion of the property and it goes along the property line. The property is currently zoned rural residential. The adjacent zonings are to the north, rural residential, to the east and south, planned unit development conditional zoning, which is associated with Weddington subdivision, and east is the conservation buffer, which is the American Tobacco Trail. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property to low density conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map identifies this as low density residential. The proposed rezoning to low density conditional zoning is consistent with that land use classification. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on August 18th, 2021, and a copy of the neighborhood report is in your packet. A full list of the proposed uses and zoning conditions can be found on page 2 of the staff report. The applicant is proposing single family, accessory apartment, utility minor, park active, and park passive. Besides the residential architectural conditions we typically see, I also wanted to point out a few zoning conditions. Zoning condition number 1 reads, the development shall have a maximum of 5 single-family residential lots. Zoning condition number 6, there shall be a 15-foot type A buffer along the eastern property from Beauregard Place north to the property boundary. In zoning condition number 9, the developer shall provide a donation to the town of Apex's Affordable Housing Fund in the amount of $500 per residential lot payable at the time of final plat. The proposed rezoning would allow for additional lots that would be served by the existing streets in the Weddington subdivision. The Council Smith Tracts, which is called Weddington, TIA assumed 200 single-family units for the 2021 build-out. 190 units were approved in the construction plans, 10 less than the TIA assumed. Based on this, the TIA accounts for up to 10 additional units proposed for connection to Weddington internal streets. The transportation engineering staff have stated that construction of the homes within the next couple years would have a minimal impact on traffic, not resulting in any additional offsite recommendations. The Environmental Advisory Board held a pre-application meeting for this rezoning on July 15th, 2021. The zoning conditions suggested by the EAB are listed on page 3 of the staff report, along with the applicant's response to each condition. A letter of impact from Wake County Public School System was received for this rezoning and is included in the staff report packet. Wake County Public School System indicates that schools at elementary and middle school grade levels within the current assignment area for the proposed rezoning development are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students, transportation to schools outside of the current assignment. School expansion or construction within the next 5 years is not anticipated to address concerns. According to Wake County Public School System, the Beauregard site falls into an area that is still significantly crowded. However, the size of the area, 5 proposed units, does not figure to impact the area more than it already has been. Approval of the rezoning is reasonable because the proposed low-density residential conditional zoning district is consistent with the 2045 land use plan. The proposed rezoning is reasonable because it permits single-family residential development consistent and compatible with the surrounding area. The proposed rezoning will maintain the character and appearance of the area and provide the flexibility to accommodate the growth in population, economy, and infrastructure consistent with that contemplated by the 2045 land use map. The Planning Board held a public hearing on November 8th, 2021, and unanimously voted to recommend approval of the rezoning with the conditions offered by the applicant. Planning staff can recommend approval with conditions as offered by the applicant. I'm happy to answer any questions as well as the applicant who is also in the meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Stoudemire. Any questions from council members? Okay. Hearing none. Ms. Stoudemire, does the applicant wish to speak now or can you ask?
John, would you like to speak? Oh, you're on mute, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren, for that presentation. My name is John Woodliff of Bass Nixon and Kennedy, engineering consultants. I represent the owners for this rezoning. I want to thank the council and mayor and council for the opportunity to present this case. This property encompasses, as Lauren mentioned, 3.3 acres, of which approximately 50% of the site will remain undisturbed. We kind of look at this rezoning as a low impact development, totaling approximately 5 lots with a gross density of 1.5 units per acre, which is well below the maximum density for this proposed district, which is 3 units. So we're roughly half of the maximum density. As Lauren mentioned, we're basically extending the existing Beauregard Place from Weddington subdivision, which is, so we're basically utilizing existing infrastructure that's already in place. So again, kind of, utilizing existing infrastructure as part of a low impact development. We are proposing to preserve 1.68 acres as RCA, which is roughly 50% of the overall site. So the portion on the west side of the site will remain undisturbed and provide a nice buffer from the proposed lots to the American Tobacco Trail. That area also, as Lauren mentioned, has a creek that runs through there. So it's an environmentally sensitive area, which we're obviously we're preserving. Again, we met with the Environmental Advisory Board and agreed to several conditions pertaining to stormwater mitigation, tree preservation, and pet waste disposal. That's a summary of the site. If anyone has any questions, I'd be I can answer those.
Okay, thanks for that. Any questions? We do have one. Councilmember Brett Gant.
Thank you, Mayor. John, thank you for that presentation. I'm a liaison to the Environmental Advisory Board, and they obviously had a lot of concerns with the environmental sensitivity to the site with the creek. I also made note when I was looking at it that it's surrounded on 3 sides by either RCA to the north and the south or the American Tobacco Trail. And so from my point of view, there's a lot of intrinsic value to leave it as is, as trees, to be honest. And so with that in mind, I was thinking about how the community could be made stronger by this development. I was thinking about connectivity to the American Tobacco Trail, possibly either on-site or off-site, or something like that that would provide additional value besides just homes being built there and utilizing the existing road. So can you speak to how you believe this makes the community stronger, this development? Thanks.
So in terms of the American Tobacco Trail, there is an existing entrance to the American Tobacco Trail just south of this site, approximately 2,000 feet south, which is there's one of the streets in Weddington, I believe, is an extension of that street, goes down to the existing community center for Weddington, and that's where the trailhead is for the American Tobacco Trail. So from a proximity standpoint, this Beauregard Place is actually fairly close to an existing entrance to the ATT. And in thinking about the natural environment, again, as I pointed out, we're abutting the stream, and there's a floodplain that runs through that area as well. But we're basically we're leaving half of the site undisturbed as part of a low impact development. So we're utilizing the site, of course, for a lot, but we're doing it. We're trying to preserve as much of the natural area on that site as possible while still getting some use out of that site, and also completing Beauregard Place is of course, it is a stub street now. We're completing it with a cul-de-sac, utilizing again the existing infrastructure that's already there. So we feel like this is more of an infill type subdivision, and obviously low impact with only 5 lots. That's kind of the position that we're taking.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Gilbert. I had a question for Mr. Gant. So can you talk a little bit about how the other members of the committee felt about this? Did they share your concerns as well?
I discussed this with some of the members offline, and I'm not sure that they are interested in me sharing that information. I think I will say the committee, and I guess you can review it, anybody can review it. They had many questions about this development, especially, and I was just like, man, it's only 5 homes. That's a lot of questions, but it was because of where it is part of their concerns, and the set of conditions, I think, in part reflected some of those concerns. I guess I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, that was a lot for a low impact development. So that's kind of what I was thinking. So I think I got my answer. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Dozier. Councilmember Killingsworth.
So there's made mention a couple of times of a stream coming through this kind of northeast corner, I guess you could say, on our screen. What is the buffer to that stream?
So I believe the buffer is it's a blue line stream. So I believe the buffer would be 100 foot on each side of the bank of the creek as measured from the bank. But there's an existing floodplain that's actually as wide, if not wider, than the buffer itself. So so the floodplain is actually takes up more area on the site than the buffer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions? All right, Councilmember Mahaffey.
I'm curious if the applicant or staff member knows the history of why this wasn't developed with Weddington. I saw the property to the south is part of Weddington's RCA, and I guess the property to the north also was not part of Weddington. So I'm curious as to why now? Why not with Weddington? Why do we do a stub street here? Is the current owner, did they refuse to sell? Or is the current buyer, is a relationship with Weddington? Is there going to be, I assume I heard at the planning board a lot of the conditions, it's going to match roughly what Weddington is, but is there actually, a relationship there? And I guess that's my overall question: is why now? Why not before?
I can't speak to the applicants, the ownership and when that took place and how that related to the actual overall development of Weddington. But I can say that the 5 lots will be standalone, so they won't be using any of Weddington's existing infrastructure, i.e. they'll have their own mail kiosk. They won't be part of the HOA. They'll have their own HOA separate from Weddington. So it's really a standalone. Again, I'm not familiar with the history of Weddington, how it was developed, and how this parcel was left out, but that's my knowledge of it.
Mr. Happy, maybe I'll add to that a little bit. I was trying to figure out the same kind of thing too, and it did, from my reading of it, the site to the north, there's 3 sites, there's 3 parcels, this one and 2 up toward the green level, and the one to the north was part of the zoning for the development to the east, to the west of American Tobacco Trail, and that's the RCA for that one to the west. So it looks like all 3 of these weren't really part of that original one, but one of them has come in with a different development. I'm not sure that's helpful or not, but that's why to the north is RCA as well, because of it being associated with the other development.
This would be a perfect site for that offsite RCA swap that we talk about that has never actually occurred, but this is like the ideal location. It's such a valuable RCA location.
Okay, thanks everyone. Any other comments or questions? All right. Hearing none, we'll move now to open up public hearing for comments for this item. And Deputy Clerk, Ms. Silver, do you have anything?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Close public hearing for this item for comments, and it's back to council for perhaps more discussion or possible motion to approve. Any other discussion on it?
I would like to go to a closed session briefly to ask a question to our attorney.
Okay. All right. Is that your motion, sir?
Yeah, I move we go into closed session to ask to
Second. Sorry. Second, Gant.
All right, got a motion to go into closed session to consult with the attorney, town attorney. Second, Gant. Any discussion on that? Hearing none. We'll move to a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye, opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Okay, Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, that passed unanimously. So we will move to I guess we have a closed session link already. Actually, Mr. Purvis, do you have got it?
You just said it. That's exactly what I was going to tell you. You have a closed session link already, so but you can use that one.
Okay, thank you, sir. So we'll move to the closed session link at this time. Okay, just want to make sure I have all the council members back. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier, I see you. Councilmember Killingsworth, Councilmember Gant, Councilmember Stallings, Councilmember Mahaffey. Councilmember Mahaffey, can you acknowledge your presence, please?
I'm here.
Okay, there you go. Thank you so much. All right, so we go back to public hearing 3, and we're still in discussion on this item, and leading to a possible motion on the item. So it's back on you, council. Is there a motion of any kind?
I'll make a motion to deny the rezoning. Gant.
All right, motion to deny. Gant.
Second, Mahaffey.
Second, Mahaffey. Discussion.
I'll chime in for my reason for denial. I see this parcel as a particularly environmentally sensitive one with its proximity to contiguous RCA and the American Tobacco Trail in a stream. All these things combined, to me, means it would require something kind of very sensitive to that reality as far as the development goes that I would think would be appropriate here. And I don't believe that this application fulfills that sensitive nature. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, we'll take the vote. All in favor of motion to deny indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously to deny. We'll move now to public hearing number 4. It is public hearing and possible motion to approve rezoning application 21CZ22. Ms. Lauren Stoudemire.
All right, good evening again. This is rezoning case 21CZ22, Old Ivy Road Residential. The property is located in this general ETJ area. The subject properties are a total of 8.82 acres and located west of Old Ivy Road, north of Jenks Road, and west of the preserve at White Oak Creek subdivision. The subject property located at 7620 McQueen's Drive is currently vacant and existing vegetation. The subject property located at 1516 Old Ivy Road contains residential structures and has existing vegetation. The property is currently zoned rural residential. The adjacent zonings are to the north and east, rural residential, west and south, plan unit development conditional zoning, which is associated with the preserve at White Oak, with a small portion of rural residential along the south. The applicant is proposing to rezone the properties to low density residential conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map identifies this as low density residential. The proposed rezoning to low density residential conditional zoning is consistent with that land use classification. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on August 26, 2021, and a copy of the neighborhood report is in your packet. A full list of the proposed uses and zoning conditions can be found on page 2 of the staff report. The applicant is proposing single family, accessory apartment, greenway, recreation facility private, park active and park passive, and utility minor. Besides the residential architectural conditions we typically see, I wanted to point out a few zoning conditions. Zoning condition number 1, the project density will not exceed 3.00 dwelling units per acre. Maximum number of units is 26 dwelling units. All lots shall be greater than 6,000 square feet. Zoning condition number 2, setbacks shall be as follows within this development. The front setback reduced from 25 feet minimum to 20 feet minimum. Side setback reduced from 8 feet minimum with a 20-foot aggregate to a 5-foot minimum. The rear setback reduced from 25 feet minimum to 15 feet minimum, and corner side setback reduced from 18 feet minimum to 15 feet minimum. The overhead Duke Energy electric easement from Jinks Road to Old Ivy Road shall be counted towards the required RCA and buffer standards as identified within various UDO sections. And that is in reference to zoning condition number 6. Zoning condition number 7, Vining Branch Way shall remain closed to construction traffic until dedicated to the town of Apex. And the last one, zoning condition number 8. Prior to recording of the first final plat for the property, the developer shall provide a donation to the town of Apex's Affordable Housing Fund in the amount of $215 per dwelling unit. The Environmental Advisory Board held a pre-application meeting for this rezoning on August 18, 2021. The zoning conditions suggested by the Environmental Advisory Board are listed on page 3 of the staff report, along with the applicant's response to each condition and whether the applicant provided the conditions or not. A letter of impact from Wake County Public School Systems was received for this rezoning and is included in the staff report packet. Wake County Public School System indicates that school at all grade levels within the current assignment area for the proposed rezoning development are anticipated to have sufficient capacity for future students. Approval of the rezoning is reasonable because the proposed low-density residential conditional zoning district is consistent with the 2045 land use plan. The proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it permits single-family residential development consistent and compatible with the existing development to the east and south. The subject rezoning will also allow for development that will extend Vining Branch Way to Old Ivy Road. The proposed rezoning will maintain the character and appearance of the area and provide the flexibility to accommodate the growth in population, economy, and infrastructure consistent with that contemplated by the 2045 land use plan. The planning board held a public hearing on November 8th, 2021, and recommended approval with the conditions as offered by the applicant by a vote of 5-0. Keith Braswell was recused as he represented the property owner who sold the property to the applicant. Planning staff can recommend approval with conditions as offered by the applicant. I'm happy to answer any questions as well as the applicant who is in the meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Lauren, for the presentation. And we do have a question by Councilmember Gant.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Lauren, for the presentation. Ms. Stottlemyre, can you describe the conversations, if at all, that staff has had with yourselves or the applicant regarding the currently unaligned Old Ivy Road and Sunset Meadows Drive, and in particular, in a potential future where those two roads are much busier, and whether there's any concern that this will lock in that misalignment? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gant. I will defer the question to Mr. Russell Dalton if he's able to answer that regarding any traffic or transportation issues. And I will also defer that to current planning manager, Amanda Bunce, if she wants to add anything from planning, if that's all right.
So, I mean, looking at it, if you were to realign with Sunset Meadows, you would probably realign Old Ivy to the north. So I would say that this site plan doesn't necessarily affect that. You know, the chances of realigning Sunset Meadows Drive south, I think, would be difficult because, correct me if I'm wrong, Amanda, but I believe that parcel is part of the, let's see. I'm correct on that. That's part of the vet clinic, and they don't propose to realign Sunset Meadows Drive through their site. So in other words, Old Ivy would have to go north. So what's proposed now wouldn't affect that.
That's correct.
I guess a quick follow-up then is, would you anticipate if the parcels to the east on Old Ivy redevelop, would you anticipate suggesting the road come a little bit further and align in that circumstance?
I don't think we show that on our transportation plan, and that much of a realignment would be pretty difficult to make happen. Sunset Meadows Drive is a relatively low volume road, so I don't have a lot of concerns about conflicts with that. Old Ivy Road currently is fairly low volume. Of course, traffic will pick up, but it may be something we're going to have to talk with long range planning about for future efforts. If we think it's something that's worth showing on the plan, that we'd have to bring back to council.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? All right, Councilmember Stallings.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a follow-up question. I think it's on page 4 of the staff report. There's our table of things that the Environmental Advisory Board recommended. And one I noticed was they recommended 8 homes to have rooftop solar. And I was curious if the applicant would speak to that. It looks like that was denied. So I was curious about that conversation, and would that be reconsidered?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stallings. Does the applicant wish to address that question? All right, you're on mute, Jeff.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This technology thing's killing me, guys. I apologize. Good evening, Jeff Roach, Peak Engineering and Design. I appreciate the time tonight. Ms. Stallings, I'll address your comment real quick right off the bat. We accepted all the conditions from EAB with one exception, and that was the installation of 8 solar homes. What Mr. Jensen and I have talked about recently from the EAB, because he's really the one that's been pushing from an environmental standpoint, is to provide flyers for future home buyers for the lots, to provide them the benefits for solar, versus actually having the requirement to install them, because we don't know who's buying the home. So at this point, the owner of the property, he can't commit to doing solar because he doesn't know who the builder is going to be. And that's true with a lot of our projects as well, is from a solar standpoint. We're getting into the point of showing them solar, offering solar as an opportunity for the buyers, if they have the disposable income, to add it to their property. So the applicant can't add it at this point. Does that answer your question, Ms. Stallings? Thumbs up? Okay.
Can't or won't? I'm curious about clarification.
Well, I think it's a can't at this point. 8 on 23 lots, so we're asking for 30% of the homes to have solar on it. There is no solar condition on or solar requirement in the ordinance. I think the owner is looking at it as a option to offer versus a requirement to build. The benefits are there. They have tax credits at this point, but we don't know. I don't know what the applicant's plan is for buying and building the homes. So I can't commit to him from a solar standpoint. And we can continue to get asked this on every EAB case from Mr. Jensen at EAB. So I'd like to address this with council at some point, is find out what you guys want, what you want to see the builders do, and get some combined agreement on how to move forward with solar versus having it asked on every project. So maybe after this meeting or in the next couple of weeks, we find a way to get a plan that I can pass on to our builders and say, hey guys, here's what we have to do. Here's what the council is going to be asking me about. So sorry, I didn't mean to get on my soapbox there.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. Councilmember Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could chime in on the subject and get on my soapbox as well. I have, I think to Councilmember Stallings' concerns, I'm in agreement, and I have this fear that we're actually sliding backwards as a town when it comes to our solar commitment and our solar building. And I don't know if this is the right moment to what Mr. Roach was saying, to really take out the sledgehammer and start beating people over it. But as a high level kind of policy and strategy, we used to require solar all the time, and now we seem to have swapped some other stuff for solar, which is good in some cases, but it's not necessarily, doesn't feel like forward progress. It feels like just different progress. And I want to kind of broaden a little bit. It's not just solar now. Now it's also EV charging in the homes, in the garages, obviously. So when you're talking about single family, there's opportunities there to start building homes for the future. And I think the future is going to be, EV, level 2 or better chargers in a lot of these homes. And I think that's something I'd like to see integrated in some of these projects as well. And I think they're cheaper than solar panels, not free, but in 10 years, like at a certain point, like I think GM announced 2035 or something, they're going to stop building non-EV cars. So it's going to be a big deal. And I think it's incumbent on us to figure out a way to start building homes for the future, not just for, 2021 or 2022, but, 2031 or 2041, because these will be, standing for a very long time. So to Mr. Roach, your comment, I agree that we do need to have a bigger discussion on what the policy is. And I think the EAB is our partner there to help develop that policy. There's a lot of stuff that would be in the ordinance if I could make it in the ordinance, and you know that, but there's some stuff that we're not allowed to put in the ordinance. So we have these conversations where we're looking for conditions to do it. But regardless of whether it's in the ordinance or not, like when it comes to, electronic, EV charging stations, it's going to be needed. When it comes to solar panels, like we need to move away from fossil fuels. These are like just well known at this point, and we got to figure a way to build homes to that spec. So.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Happy. Any other questions? Comments?
So, Mr. Gilbert, Mr. Mayor, I mean, the only question I've really gone into so far is solar. I'd love to address the other comments that have come up, staff's presentation, some of the other items. So I didn't know if it was appropriate for me to do that now or to wait for other questions to be asked.
Absolutely, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Well, I appreciate everybody's time tonight, and I won't be long-winded. Staff always does a great job presenting the facts and information on the case. I just wanted to put it out there and say that that this is 8.8 acres. We did our neighborhood meeting. This site right now is being used currently as a landscaping, chipping, mulching. You can see the picture that's currently up on the screen there. They have denuded probably 70% of the site already for their current chipping operations on site. They are selling the property. The owners of these two properties are actually one of the owners across the street, across Jenks Road, that recently sold for the Jenks Road Vet Hospital that we did. They are moving operations, so they are divesting in this area. The project follows the 2045 land use plan, and I know that everybody will be happy when I bring it back up that the school capacity is here in this location. We're capped at 25 lots or 26 lots is our max. We're going to be a little bit lower than that, but the school capacity is not an issue at this site, which is awesome. We don't hear that very much these days. Even with Wake County School buying additional sites, we still don't hear that very often. I do want to point out that there are actually 16 zoning conditions that we agreed to, everything from architectural conditions to roadway connections. There are another 8 additional conditions which were agreed upon with the EAB that are, everything from, ordinance standards. We increased the stormwater control to 25-year storm, our buffers and RCA preservation, certain plantings, warm season grasses versus fescue, things along that route. We made a connection to Vining Branch Way to come into our project and also to continue out to Old Ivy. We will improve Old Ivy Road to a half of a town standard on our side, provide perimeter buffers, and that was really the biggest question from the neighbors, which is, what are you guys doing, and are you going to have a buffer along the property? So with that, with the schools and all the other items that we've got going on the project, I'm here tonight to answer any of your questions and hope that we can get support from council for the rezoning. And with that, I will cede my time back to the council and answer any questions you guys may have for me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roach, for the presentation and addressing those questions. So any more questions for council members for Mr. Roach or to staff? Okay, hearing none. We'll move now to open up public hearing for comments for this item. Oh, yes.
Looks like Ms. Killingsworth had a question.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Killingsworth.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to come back to the solar. I believe that both Councilmember Stallings, Councilmember Mahaffey, they have a great point here, that you know, this is an opportunity to provide solar-ready homes if the developer is willing to provide that. The recommendation was 8. I'm not saying that we have to go 8 here, but I am asking for what would you be willing to do?
Ms. Killingsworth, give me 1 second. Unfortunately, I don't have the applicant on. They're not here. I think they're traveling for Thanksgiving holidays. I don't know if they're listening. So I actually don't. I mean, in the past, Mr. Jensen has asked for, I think his goal at that time was 2%. I mean, I'm sorry, 10%, which would have been 2 units on the property. So none of the properties in the preserve at White Oak have solar on them. You know, preservation of trees along the western boundary and the southern boundary of the property. It's hard for me to commit for the owner, especially last minute. So I kind of wish that you guys had asked me this earlier about the solar, and I talked to a couple of you guys, but in the past, solar has been kind of a secondary issue to schools and to tree preservation and to road access. So I didn't really prep the owner and say, hey, you know, we're going to do the conduits, we're going to do the other items. We expect you to hand out brochures and offer solar, but we're not saying solar is a requirement for X number of homes. So I really, Ms. Killingsworth, I really don't have a great answer for you tonight. I mean, at the end of the day, installation of 2 solar systems on a total of 23 to 25 lots does not, in my opinion, does not seem unrealistic. So I don't know how and I'm going to throw this out at Amanda real quick. Is there a way that I can commit conditionally to do the solar? I don't know the answer to that.
We would need approval from well, you're the applicant's agent, but we have to have like a solid condition. It can't be a condition if the property owner agrees. The time for that would be now.
Well, I think at the end of the day, I continue to say what I said earlier, which is I think that the town has to come up with a policy for solar. And if that puts it into the UDO, or if it becomes a requirement, then absolutely we will start telling our builders, our developers, and future buyers that solar is required. At this point, I think it's still we're asking for X number of units, and it's because of and we all understand that everything's going electric, and electric cars and solar is a benefit. But right now there is no policy to require it. So at this point, the best that I can say is that I'll commit to 10% of the units to be solar for the applicant. And at this point, because every other condition was met from EAB, from staff, and from planning board with a unanimous recommendation for approval. So, Ms. Killingsworth, I think that we can add a condition in there that staff can help me draft up for the installation of 2 solar PV systems on site, or 10% of the units. I'd rather go with 2, Ms. Killingsworth, instead of just giving you a percentage and that's the same answer I used to give Mr. Jensen 4 years ago, was let's get a solid hard number versus saying 10%, and then it swings a little bit. So I think the builder or applicant can agree to 2 at this point. I hope that future projects can commit to more, and I'd like to have more conversations offline with council and staff to see how we get that addressed.
Well, in my opinion, 2 is better than 0. So thank you for that. I will say too that anytime we have recommendations that come forward either from the Environmental Advisory Board or the Planning Board, and then we see an applicant say no, we are definitely going to question that. At least one of us is going to say something about that. So just for future reference, that's going to be the case.
I understand. I appreciate it. And like I said, I think we've got previous language from the committal. So I think at this point, committing to the installation of 2 solar PV systems on the homes would be reasonable with staff's input.
So I have suggested wording. Because I believe, Jeff, you asked for suggested wording, whatever our typical would be.
Correct.
So our standard wording with the number 2 would say at least 2 solar PV systems shall be installed within the development. All solar installation shall be completed or under construction prior to, and normally the applicant would specify a certain percentage of the building permits. It's typically been 75 to 90% of the building permits being issued for the development. And then the lots on which these homes are located shall be identified on the master subdivision plat. And I can email that wording to you.
And Amanda, I'm okay. I'd like to do the 90% simply because it's such a small development. We have a limited number of lots and such, so I'd like to go with the 90% if we, with the 2 solar PV systems, that's reasonable. And your language, it sounds like the language we've had on other projects where we've committed to solar. So I'm okay with the commitment showing on the final plat 90% of the homes constructed.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of stand with my colleagues here, how while I did not mention any of these environmental impacts, you know, the reason I came up with the environmental committee was because that was something that was not an issue area of my expertise, so I could learn more about it. And so really proud of other things that have come out of that, which are way better than even that committee in many ways. But so what I would say is that while we're in this, you know, season of, we've got some in person, we've got virtual, it's really hard. But, you know, I do think that the ability to be able to connect with the person, the owner, you know, that you're representing, you know, is a key thing to try to do. I also would say, you know, I was part of all these councils with Mr. Jensen, and, you know, he was able to do as you said. He was able to ask for things and get things. And there wasn't a big call for policy at that time. You know, maybe there was frustration, but I didn't hear a big call for policy at that time. So now he is on another entity and doing similar thing, which is what he gets to do in that. And so perhaps that should be brought there. And the last thing I would say is, I think to say that the council has to have a policy isn't what the council doesn't have to have a policy. I do think that it makes it's easier sometimes to have guides or policies that we can all work within, but I think to say that we have to have a policy is probably not something that we have to do, and actually in our roles are able to make these decisions. And that's just what it is. I just wanted to stand with my colleagues around that. That's how I approach policy making.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for your comments. Councilmember Gant.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll express maybe a personal policy that I am likely to abide by, to give direction to anybody who's listening, is that low density single family developments in Western Apex, and if this is different because it's a kind of a altered lot, but if it's a wooded lot, I'd probably personally be looking for the EAB recommendations to be followed in those circumstances, because the solars that we've been talking about, I think low density single family is the perfect place to put solar because of the lower fraction of the cost that would be, the homes would be expensive, I assume, and so the fraction of the solar installation would be lower as a fraction of the home in total. And these developments, you know, to be honest, out there in Western Apex are more environmentally sensitive than the ones closer to town. So that'll be probably my personal policy. This one's different because it's not a wooded lot, it's an altered lot, but just in general, that's probably how I'll be looking for things going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Gant. Councilmember Mahaffey.
Yeah, I just want to add on, like, I don't think the EAB is being aggressive enough. I think in Western Apex, it should be 100% of the rooftops either have solar, or where it doesn't work, we should have an EV charging station in every garage. And the only thing that we exempt would be affordable homes. I think is really what we should strive for. I think for the longest time, we've kind of been doing 1 or 2 here or 10% there at best. And it's been more kind of trying to set a precedent as an example. And I think at some point we need to get serious about it and kind of go all in on it.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Anyone else? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and open up public hearing for comments for this item. Ms. Silver, anything?
No, sir.
All right, thank you so much. We'll close public hearing for this item for comments. It's back to council for further discussion and lead to a possible motion. Yes, sir, Councilmember Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. I motion that we approve the rezoning as presented with the added condition as stated by Mr. Roach concerning 2 solar homes.
All right, thank you, sir. Motion to approve second.
Second, Killingsworth.
Second, Killingsworth. Any further discussion before we go to a vote? All right, all in favor say aye, opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier. I'm sorry. Hold on, before we do that, Councilmember Mahaffey.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Just in the further discussion, we've been talking about solar a lot here. I do want to acknowledge something Mr. Roach said, that it's pretty amazing that we've gotten to the point, at least in this area, where we're getting letters from WPSS saying that we do have sufficient capacity. I think that speaks to a lot of the table, beating that we've done over the past year. And I don't think we're done yet. Like, there's still other areas of the town where I think it's not quite there. But we've made tremendous progress over the past year, and this rezoning, I think, demonstrates that. And unfortunately, our residents aren't really going to feel it for a couple of years because it just takes a long time to build some schools. And just like we always say, whenever something's under construction, it was approved 5 or 6 or 7 years ago. Well, the stuff we're doing today is going to, impact and make the situation better 5 or 6 or 7 years from now. But I do want to take a moment just to emphasize that we got to the point where capacity at that point in the future, projected in the future, is starting to look okay. So good job, everyone, I guess. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Very, very good point. Well done. All right. Any other comments, discussion? All right, we'll take a vote. All in favor say aye, opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. All right, we'll move now to public hearing 5, public hearing and possible motion to approve rezoning application 21CZ23. And this is Sarah Van Avery.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council. I will be presenting rezoning case 21CZ23, Scotts Ridge Office and Veterinary Hospital. The subject properties are located here in this general area, just east of 540. Zoom in a little closer here. We're looking at the subject parcels right here on the south side of Apex Barbecue Road and north of Scotts Ridge Elementary School. Over here to the west is 540 and Kelly Road. Up here we have the bungalow park at Scotts Mill Townhomes. So the total pieces here located at 0 and 6633 Apex Barbecue Road, total 1.45 acres. They are currently zoned residential agricultural. The proposed zoning is neighborhood business conditional zoning. That is a B1CZ zoning. Also, we are surrounded here by residential agricultural zoning here to the south. The school may go in any district. We have high density single family to the north and over here to the east in Woodall Crest. And we have a high density multifamily in the townhomes over here. The 2045 land use map identifies the subject properties as medium density residential. The proposed rezoning to neighborhood business conditional zoning is not consistent with that land use classification. However, the subject site is surrounded by school, public or private, which is allowed in most zoning districts, and the uses proposed in the rezoning are compatible with such use. If the properties are rezoned as proposed, the 2045 land use map will automatically be amended to commercial services per state statute. Also, the applicant held a neighborhood meeting on August 30th, 2021, and that report is attached in your packet. So again, if the rezoning is approved, the land use map will automatically be amended to what you see here, and that is for that commercial services. Bring you guys back into the aerial of the subject site. So the proposed uses, all 26 are included in your report. These are primarily your neighborhood commercial services, such as a veterinarian clinic or hospital, medical office, dental office, business or professional office, floral shop, retail sales, pet services, etc. Again, your really neighborhood level commercial uses. Two of the uses, both school, public or private, and vocational school, are starred in your staff report, and that is associated with zoning condition that the property may only be used for school, public or private, or vocational school if the land is recombined with Scotts Ridge Elementary School site here to the south. As far as the proposed zoning conditions, we have our typical architectural conditions. We also have a zoning condition related to access, and that reads as follows: that the parcel shall be served exclusively by a single right-in, right-out access to Apex Barbecue Road. The access shall be subject to approval by the town of Apex and NCDOT. We also have a zoning condition that all non-residential buildings shall provide a solar conduit for the future installation of rooftop solar panels. And at the planning board, there was an additional zoning condition added, and that is and it reads as follows: a 10-foot wide landscape area shall be provided along the southern boundary of the property abutting the Scotts Ridge Elementary School property. This planting area shall be to a type B buffer standard. The applicant went before the Environmental Advisory Board and incorporated 7 different zoning conditions related to environmental concerns. This meeting was on August 19th, 2021. And essentially, the applicant has provided all of the suggested conditions from EAB, the only exception being the installation of a minimum 14 kilowatt rooftop solar PV system on the office building. So as I noted earlier, the solar conduit is being provided. However, this particular condition has not been added at this time, as it competes with the existing tree canopy that was asked to be prioritized and saved. So essentially, the applicant will evaluate the installation of such a system during building and site design to see how that fits with preserving as much tree canopy as possible. Oh, my apologies, let me through, whoops. Sorry about that, didn't mean to make anybody dizzy. So the planning board held a public hearing on November 8th, 2021, and unanimously voted to recommend approval of the rezoning with the conditions offered by the applicant, including the additional condition regarding the planted landscape area here along the southern boundary. Planning staff recommends approval of rezoning 21 CZ 23 with the conditions offered by the applicant. The 2045 land use map designates the subject properties as medium density residential. If the properties are rezoned as proposed, the 2045 land use map will automatically be amended to commercial services. Per state statute. The proposed amendment is reasonable as it is consistent with the surrounding uses. Approval of the rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because the proposed neighborhood business conditional zoning, B1 CZ district, will allow for non-residential development that will serve the surrounding neighborhoods and will increase the tax base. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. The applicant is also here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation as usual. Looks like, man, y'all are both quick. So I'll go with, looks like Councilman Gant might have edged you out, Councilman Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, first place. Ms. Van Every, I was hoping, I was wondering about the staff's discussion with each other and with the applicant regarding the uses. You mentioned neighborhood uses and you mentioned compatible with the school and obviously school surrounding it. So it's important. Was there a consideration or a thought about recommending further limiting those uses to being not just compatible, but synergistic with the school? And because I would consider like the vet hospital is what we were talking about here. I would consider that compatible and maybe, but not necessarily synergistic with the school. And so do you have any thoughts on that or any discussion you've had about that?
We do at a staff level go through the proposed uses at the time that the application is submitted. And I don't recall exactly how many we took off the list essentially that we felt that weren't compatible or perhaps would require more space, really wouldn't be feasible for development. That wouldn't sort of create that synergy. And the thought is that these would essentially be a neighborhood scale level proposed uses. And essentially too, that, you know, development will sort of work itself out as far as the usable area, required buffers between those uses. So if we have uses that are perhaps not as synergistic, I'm not sure if that's quite the right form of that word, but they would essentially work themselves out during a site plan. Wouldn't be feasible essentially.
And to add to Sarah's comment, I think I agree with her answer. To add, we also recognize that this site would not share driveway access with the school and would be completely independent from an access perspective. There's also a substantial grade difference from the school. There's a slope down to this property, so access between, even from a pedestrian perspective, without following the sidewalk network would be difficult as well.
Thank you, Amanda.
All right, Councilman Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is to staff. Was there any discussion, are there any concerns at all about the fact that the majority of this property is fronted by a turning lane for the school? Was that a consideration, or is that in any way concern you guys, I guess?
That is, in Port White, would also be limited to a right in, right out. Not to have a full movement access here. There's not the spacing distance from here or to here. So chances are it would probably end up more, you know, along this area. But as far as the driveway permit, et cetera, would need to be worked out with our traffic staff as well as DOT.
It seems unusual, no? Or is this type of thing occur in other places?
I don't think that I would be able to answer that precisely without further research.
So is there a plan for someone who needs to access this site if they're heading westbound on Barbecue? So they would make a U-turn where?
Essentially, what they could do is use the existing interconnected street network by heading eastbound on Apex Barbecue, northbound onto Scotts Ridge Trail. And this street network in here is connected. You would take this over to, I forget the name of the street offhand, but it does essentially connect over here out to Bungalow Park to Hand Hewn, and then you could head west on Apex Barbecue Road. But thanks to our connectivity requirements, you would essentially be able to make that safe maneuver.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
I just have a question for Mr. Mahaffey. Are you actually worried about people exiting to and being in that turn lane to the school and interacting with potentially people parents turning into I'm not sure that's where they turn in or not, but.
Parents don't turn in there. I think that's just for buses.
Just for buses, okay.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, yeah, the concern there is maybe a bus isn't expecting someone to pull out or someone's not expecting a bus to be there. And my concern with my second question was, well, if someone wants to access the site, they could go through this, you know, the back roads here in Scotts Ridge, but I think that's a little convoluted and people aren't going to do that. I think what's more likely to happen is someone's going to go past the site, pull a U-turn somewhere and just, you know, drive back is the most likely course. Just maybe they'd use the actual carpool lane to the west there that, you know, there's no oncoming traffic, just pull around.
I guess a question for Ms. Van Avery. I know that the Depot 499 and the other development, I forget the name of it, is expanding that stoplight. Sorry, my dog's here. Expanding that stoplight. So will U-turn be possible at the stoplight in the future when they expand that intersection?
I do not know offhand. Again, staff would need to research what that future intersection looks like. I don't know offhand. But essentially, right, we would hope that our drivers essentially aren't making illegal turns, whether it's an illegal U-turn or an illegal left out of here, right? We all hope that everyone's going to follow the rules and drive in a safe and efficient manner.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was trying to figure this out. So we actually are discussing a plan for people to leave out of this this site, turn onto Scotts Ridge, which to most people would say, okay, I'm turning into a neighborhood, fall around and come back and come out. I just have some real difficulty understanding that we, as a policy-making body, are going to encourage people to be cutting through neighborhoods, going to a non-residential site. I have some issues with that. People are not going to do that. They're going to make U-turns and it's going to be a problem.
Mayor Pro Tem, when I answer the question of how they could turn to go westbound, it wasn't that staff is encouraging this to be a regular movement. My intention on the answer was how someone could go westbound on Apex Barbecue from leaving this site. But they could also continue to go eastbound and find another appropriate and legal means to turn around. That just happened to be the easiest way to show here based on what's on the screen.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I know you're trying to answer the question. I just think for you answered the question of this is what they could do, but for us, I think we should really think about that. For us in our role, we should think about that there's no easy way to get out of this site.
Understand, and I believe that is why we have the condition that limits it to a right in, right out versus not being able for the site to essentially not be able to have any access other than the existing residential driveway.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to raise that. Now, I understand what you're saying as a possibility, but I just think for us, we need to really think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Council Member Mahaffey.
I'd actually, Mayor, like to ask Russ his opinion about all this, if he could tell us his thoughts on this discussion. Are we being a little, are we overreacting, or is this a real concern of his, or have you seen other businesses like this, which, are right in, right out only, but they don't have like a turn bulb or any good way to make a U-turn within, quarter mile or more, right? So do you have any thoughts on this discussion?
As Sarah mentioned, there is local connectivity, albeit these are neighborhood streets where there is local connectivity, and Scotts Mill does provide connectivity up further outside the neighborhood. So drivers for a site like this would have to choose their routes ahead of time. That's why we wouldn't encourage a high volume use here. We wouldn't encourage a pass by type use where drivers are unfamiliar with it. So we would hope drivers going to this type of use would choose their route ahead of time. I think, I mean, your concerns are valid. There's not a convenient place to U-turn. It's not typical that you have a site, commercial site like this that would have just one right in, right out driveway. Typically, we would see sites on corners where we would have right in, right out driveways on both roads, which provide a little bit more, a little bit easier access. But I would just say that, we had to make a decision between the safety of left turns, between these back-to-back left turn lanes versus restricted access where people had, just basically have to choose their routes ahead of time and have limited options.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dalton. Any other questions before we move to Mr. Roach, if he wishes to speak? All right, Councilmember Gant.
Sorry, I just had a follow up. I mean, obviously this site with the school surrounding it is unfortunate now. Is because of this discussion, and I'm sure because you guys have discussed this internally, like, is there anything that ordinances Apex can change to try to prevent this in the future? I'm guessing the answer is no, but like, was there a way to avoid this originally, and is there a way going forward to avoid this altogether?
The answer I would give is that, no, there's not really a way to avoid it unless the town wanted to purchase the parcel. The application coming forward is basically it's because a school was developed. My assumption, my recollection is that the school at least talked to this property owner, considered purchase of this parcel at the time. They, maybe didn't come to an agreement for whatever reason. Either they weren't ready to move or they couldn't accept the offer. Now that it's proposed as a commercial site, there's not really an option. We wouldn't propose connecting it to a school, to a school site, obviously, and they wouldn't want that either. So that's really what it is. It's just it's a piece that we really didn't have any control over the access. We knew there was potential in the future that would come in as a commercial site. But again, there's nothing we could have done short of the town, purchasing the site.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
That's actually an excellent question. I was on the council at that time, and I remember the people who lived there came to the meeting, and we wanted to make sure, when we asked if there was any opposition, we actually went out and talked to them to make sure they heard, what was being said. And what I remember them saying is they didn't have a problem with children, being behind their home. They kind of thought it was a good thing. And so that was what I remember, is that they were not ready to leave the property, and they were happy to be there to have a school kind of in their backyard. So that's what I remember from that. I do also want to mention that my experience with this road and the school is that this is a site where children are walkers. And so at least around the time of school bells, we just think about that. If you have a lot of children crossing and you have people going up, trying to make a legal U-turn or doing this whole thing, going through Scotts Mill, we need to be thinking about that as well. So.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, we'll move now to Mr. Roach.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Still Jeff Roach and still with Peak Engineering and Design. I appreciate the time. There's a lot of issues that you guys brought up. I'm going to basically go right to your issues and see if I can address those as best I can. From a use standpoint, we did eliminate a number of uses from the property to answer Mr. Gant's questions. We looked at low volume users that are not specifically focused first thing in the morning when the school is dropping off or mid-afternoon when the school is picking up. So we feel that uses like a vet hospital, real estate sales, engineering office, things like that are very low volume. Bring people in on a not a schedule that corresponds with the schools. So we think it's a great thing. Sarah mentioned the conversation about how to get in and when to get in. People in this area, this is a neighborhood type business parcel. So people coming here are going to be from the neighborhood. They're not coming from Holly Springs or Fuquay to come here and don't understand the area. So they'll know when to come, how to get here, how to get in and out of the site. And that, whether that means going all the way down to Old US 1, whether that means cutting through Scotts Mill to get to Dogwood Ridge or up to Olive Chapel, people will find their way in and around the site. The family, just so you guys know, the family that purchased it, its most likely use is going to be a vet hospital, which is a very low turnover type facility, fairly small, less than 5,000 square feet. One thing I also want to point out while we're on the discussions from the previous zoning is there are a number of very large oak trees on this site that make this site incompatible with solar. So we addressed all the EAB conditions that came down for us, with the exception of solar, because of those large trees that we're trying to save as many as we can. And that plays into the placement of the building, placement of the driveway, the right in, right out access on and off of Apex Barbecue Road. We will be required to not only do a restriction on site, but there'll most likely be a concrete strip out in Apex Barbecue Road, which will restrict those illegal left turns, illegal U-turns to get to the site. There will also be some widening across our frontage. We don't know to what extent, but we will work with Russell Dalton and his staff and planning staff to make sure that this is a safe entry and exit from the site, and to limit those conflicts with either pedestrians. And I know that the town, I think it's great. The town is currently working on a side path right now between the two school driveways. I think that may have just started, so that's great for across the site as well. Access we talked about. Connectivity. When the school was built, this home was left as it was. Since the school was built, the people have moved out. The house has basically fallen in disrepair. This is not any longer a residential location. It's got Apex Barbecue Road, a fairly heavily traveled street. You got the school directly behind it, which is a 5-day, operation. So this is some non-residential use. So even the change to the land use plan, I think when the school was approved, and I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, the family was not ready to sell at that time, was not ready to move. Now they are. So it kind of puts us in a weird situation for getting this non-residential use on the property. And they're again, limiting the uses, I think, makes a lot of sense. One question that somebody brought up, or a comment that was brought up, was about how to avoid this in the future. Staff has been great about non-residential developments requiring cross-access agreements. This was a perfect example of why cross-access agreements really work, because if there were a cross-access agreement between Wake County Public Schools and this property owner, you would have a back door in, possibly. I know it's a school, so it's a little different discussion, but from non-residential to non-residential, those cross-access agreements make sense. Specifically, and this is a perfect case to be looking at. And really, I mean, it makes sense to do this. It's a great location for a small business, couple thousand square foot building to come in. We have worked with the schools. We talked to the designer of the school when we first started in our due diligence, and she mimicked what Mayor Pro Tem Dozier said, which is that they were not interested in selling when Scotts Ridge and Wake County Public Schools originally approached them to purchase the property. So with that said, I will stop running my mouth and answer any other questions. I hope that clarifies the access issues, how to get in and out, uses, and such, that we worked a long time with staff to get to this point. So with that, I hope for your support tonight, and I will cede my time back to council.
All right, thanks again, Mr. Roach, for that information. And any questions for Mr. Roach from council? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and move to open up public hearing for comments for this item. I know we had one item, I guess it was from Mark and Sylvia Burley, 530 Grand Central Station. Is that the only one, Deputy Clerk? Silver.
I think that's actually for the next public hearing.
That for the next one? Okay, that's my error. Okay, so we don't have any for this one?
No, sir, we do not.
Okay, very well. All right, with that, we'll move to close public hearing for this item for comment. I'm sorry, we have Councilmember Stallings.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. Mr. Roach, could you just say one more time, you talked about, I think, a concrete median to help discourage or manage U-turns. Could you repeat that one more time, please?
Sure thing. So NCDOT standard, and if Russell, if I'm saying anything incorrect, please pipe up. In a case like this where we have that middle turn lane, we'll be looking at doing not only possibly a pork chop on our side inside the property, but also a concrete median in Apex Barbecue Road that will limit those left turn lanes. That's what we've seen recently in the past, and I'll defer back to Russell. I'm assuming that's probably what DOT is going to be looking for. Russell, can you weigh in on that by any chance? I think Russell's ignoring me.
Sorry, I stepped away for a second. What was that?
Oh, so Councilwoman Stallings asked me about a concrete median installation in Apex Barbecue Road to restrict the right in, right out.
Okay.
In recent projects have discussed not only the pork chop when it comes to DOT right in, right out, but also the concrete median in Apex Barbecue Road. Do you believe that it's going to be the same requirement at this location if we can get it to fit in the existing geometry?
Yeah, so typically we do recommend the concrete median on the main road rather than the pork chop, and we wouldn't normally do both. The pork chop is really only a situation where you can't, for some reason, put a hard median out there in the middle of the road. The median is typically more effective at preventing left turns. The pork chop design, it makes it difficult to do a left turn, but people sometimes try it and that causes problems. So that's what we pursue out here, is just that hard median actually on Apex Barbecue.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Russell. And Councilwoman Stallings, we can't commit to it because it's a DOT recommendation. So we can say that I will do everything in my power to get the median installed, because I think that's a better control than having what's called a pork chop. The really wide driveways, but it's at the end of the day, it's up to DOT, but that's how we'll approach with Russell and with DOT.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so again, public hearing is closed for comments, and it's back to council for discussion leading to a possible motion. Councilmember Mahaffey.
Thanks, Mayor. I guess I'll just start off with my comments. I think really what we're facing, I mean, when I first saw this and when I talked to Jeff about it, it really all comes down to me, for me rather, this left turn, right in, right out situation and how it impacts and interacts with this turning lane. And I think, again, looking back at the history here, we have a property owner who chose not to sell to the school site when they were being developed. School site went around them. And when they were ready to sell recently, I'm assuming the school knew it was for sale. They chose not to buy it, probably because they've already developed, carpool lane around it. They really have no way to get to it anymore. And now they're trying to sell their site. And what we have to decide is, and I guess I'll make the observation that the concerns that we're expressing here would apply to any rezoning in this parcel, So, and what I struggle with kind of philosophically is if we say no, like we don't like the access, we're basically saying the property can't be for anything, right? Like, so the choice we're making is, are we going to tell the property owner your property is worth $0, or are we going to say, approve some sort of application which limits the uses as far as possible, or is there just nothing? And that's kind of the decision we have to make. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about is like, is the list of uses appropriate? Are they low enough traffic that it'll work given the access restrictions? Or do we, and let's not kid ourselves, we'd effectively telling the property owner nothing can go here if we can't limit the use to some amount. So, which is a big deal, because I think, we have an obligation and the property owner has a right to the highest and best use of their property. And, saying it's not worth anything is a pretty big deal.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, hearing no more discussion, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for the applicant.
Okay.
Looking at the list of uses, one of them that sticks out of me as potentially being in high traffic is retail sales. I don't have questions why, given your stated kind of position of where we're trying here to limit the uses given the limited access, why is retail sales Why did that make the cut of a potential use?
So, Mr. Mahaffey, the site's only 1.4 acres, so it's a very small site. And on this, probably the most we're ever going to get is 3,000 or 4,000 square feet of space. So we're not talking about a big retail sales. It's a very small area. So that's why we left it on in discussions with staff. You know, something that small is not going to produce a huge amount of traffic, and it's a retail sales general. It's not a drive-through restaurant type use. So that's why we left it in there.
Okay, other discussion? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Would the applicant be willing to remove retail sales as a permit use, or do you think that's vital to the application?
I don't think it's vital to the application. I think I'd like to. I mean, Mr. Haffey, I'm going to take your lead on it. To me, it's such a small building with such a small amount of traffic being generated by a 3,000 or 4,000 square foot retail sales building.
Yeah, I'll just explain my thinking. Is that I'm trying to think of uses that discourage this sort of random drop-in thing and are more encouraging the type of use where, like you said earlier, you got to plan ahead. I'm going, I know my route in, I know my route out. I have an appointment for something is a different fundamental use than someone driving by Barbecue Road and pulling in or trying to make a U-turn or something. That's why I asked the question. It's just I'm just going through the list and trying to think of stuff that'll work in that regard.
No, yeah, and I appreciate the feedback. It's great to understand what your thoughts are. Something that small, I think, is still not going to be a pass-by trip. Nobody's going to be driving by and say, "Hey, look, 3,000 square foot use." I mean, yes, it can happen, but I think anything on this site is going to be a destination trip. You're going to be planning ahead, whether it's a vet hospital or it's a personal service place. You're going to plan ahead for that trip. Even this 3,000 or 4,000 square foot retail sales. I think it's still going to be a planned trip versus just a pass by. At least a very high percentage of them.
All right, thank you.
All right, were you there? Any motions?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I was waiting to see if any of my colleagues want to jump in with their thoughts, but I mean, not hearing any. It's not a great site, but I do want to fall on the balance of the property owner here and our kind of need to find some use for this property and not tell them they can't do anything. I think, staff has worked with the applicant to try to limit the uses to something appropriate. So I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve. Thank you very much for that. Is there a second?
I second it, Stallings.
All right, second Stallings. Thank you much. Any further discussion before we move to the vote? All right, hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
No.
Okay. Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Okay. Councilmember Gant.
No.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, motion passes 3-2. And with that, Ms. Mayo, if you would give us a few minutes, we need to take a bio break. So 8:30, we'll see everybody back. Thank you. All right, thank you for that break. We move now to public hearing 6, public hearing and possible motion to approve rezoning application 21CZ25. Ms. Shelley Mayo. Thank you.
Good evening. The rezoning before you is for the Villages of Apex PUD amendment. Just to give you a general idea, since we're not in the building, this is located pretty much right across the street from Town Hall. As you can see on the current aerial, this is the town campus, and this is the parcel that we're looking at. The project is, the parcel measures about 3.62 acres and is currently designated PUD CZ. It is a part of the current Villages of Apex PUD. The applicant is just proposing an amendment to that planned unit development. It will still meet the 2045 land use map as it currently does. The project is currently undeveloped and is mostly wooded. It's bounded by Hunter Street to the south and Laura Duncan to the east. The south side of the Villages of Apex subdivision is located along the northern and western sides, and it's directly across the street from our community center. As I said, it's primarily wooded, but it does include several large areas of wetland, which I've highlighted on this existing condition sheet in kind of a teal color for you here, as well as a 20-foot Town of Apex sanitary sewer easement. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on August 25th, 2021. That meeting report is attached to your staff report. Wake County Public Schools did receive a notice about this. The applicant is not proposing an increase in density with this PUD amendment. It's simply proposing a relocation of that PUD density. Because of that, the letter of impact from Wake County Public School System doesn't indicate any increase. However, it does state that current elementary and high school areas within the assignment area are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students, and that transportation to schools outside of the current assignment area should be anticipated. It is possible that school expansion or construction within the next 5 years may address those concerns, however, and possible long-term solutions may include busing students to schools with available seats, reassignments, or calendar changes as well. The slide in front of you shows an excerpt from one of the maps from the original rezoning case for this property for the entire Villages of Apex. This corner is designated on that map as retail and office only. The applicant is proposing to change that designation to attached residential, retail, and/or office. This is consistent with other areas within the PUD, simply wasn't allowed on this particular property at the time that it was designated. The applicant's also proposing the following conditions as well. Any multifamily units shall have a maximum of 2 bedrooms. The applicant's proposing to amend the parking and loading requirements of the PUD to state that attached residential units shall be calculated at 1.5 spaces per residential unit. Because attached residential also includes townhomes, the caveat was added that this shall not apply to townhomes. This actually just brings this into compliance with the current UDO. The way that it's phrased in the existing zoning case is that it's 1.8 units per acre. As you remember, a couple of years ago, we brought staff proposed a broad adjustment to our parking standards. And within those standards, we determined through careful study of several of our apartment complexes that 1.5 spaces per residential unit is appropriate for any apartment units with 2 bedrooms or less. Since the applicant's limiting this to 2 bedrooms, this calculation made sense to us. Some of the considerations that were brought up at the neighborhood meeting and by some of the adjacent residents included concerns about potential light trespass on their properties. So the applicant added this condition, which is that they'll install light timers, motion sensors, or another form of smart lighting technology for all lighting within the parking lot. It's essentially to make sure that residents living behind them aren't necessarily being impacted by parking lot light all night long. Instead, it'll only be at its brightest or turned on when it's necessary. In addition, at planning board, it was brought up that there was some concern about the maximum height of the building. In the existing PUD, a 5-story building is permitted to be 75 feet tall. This applicant is proposing to limit that to 65 feet. It would still be 5 stories, but it would be 65 feet instead. That's comparable to the approved height for the previous building that was proposed on this site. That building was approximately 65 feet tall as well. The applicants consulted with their architect and they said that they can make 5 stories work within that same height. I will be showing you some sample architectural elevations in just a moment, just to give you an idea of the type of style that they are proposing for this corner. Additionally, the applicant is agreeing to limit any first floor residential along Hunter Street. So the entire first floor fronting along Hunter Street would be non-residential uses. And they're committing to planting only native plants. The landscaping will be coordinated with the planning department at the time of plan review. We also worked with the applicant on an affordable housing condition. In order to meet the town's goals, the applicant proposes one of the 2 following items: donating $250 per residential unit to our housing fund prior to site plan final plat approval, excuse me, or providing at least 5 apartments to low-income households for at least 2 years. The reason why the applicant when we created this condition, the applicant wasn't quite far enough along in their pro forma, their financial projections, to determine which of these 2 options would work best for them. So that's the reason why staff worked with them to provide 2 possible options. The final portion of that is that the applicant will continue to work with the town's affordable housing staff throughout the review process, and a decision will be made prior to the final approval of the site plan final plat. And then when we were working with the applicant, we double checked to make sure that there weren't any items within the PUD that needed to be corrected to meet current plan, any of our current master plans. And we realized that there's a Parks and Recreation condition in the original PUD that needs to be removed. It stated that a section of public greenway at the corner of Hunter Street and Laura Duncan will be constructed within the existing 20-foot sewer easement, and that a building credit will be provided to the developer as part of the recreation requirement. Making this change will make it comply with the current bicycle and pedestrian system plan map and the Parks and Recreation master plan map. When the previous approval was submitted, there was a greenway shown on our plans, but staff reviewed it, and because there will be side paths along both of these roads, we didn't really see the need for it. So at the time, we proposed an amendment to both of these plans. We didn't realize, though, that there was still a zoning condition for it. So this is just kind of a cleanup item in staff's view. In addition, the applicant is proposing the following conditions based on their TIA update as required by the UDO. So along Laura Duncan Road and the proposed site drive, they're proposing to restripe Laura Duncan Road to provide a 2-way left turn lane from the signalized intersection up to the driveway. This will provide a northbound left turn lane with a 75-foot taper and 50 feet of storage. And then maintaining the existing storage and taper length for the southbound left turn lane at the intersection. In addition, they'll provide a southbound right turn lane with 50 feet of storage and the appropriate deceleration, length, and taper per the NCDOT guidance. And the site will be exclusively served by a single access drive to Laura Duncan. In your staff report on page 3, I've listed the existing design controls and architectural standards for non-residential and mixed-use buildings, mixed-use condominiums, apartments, and non-residential. In there, you may see that the existing approved uses allow 4 stories and up to 60 feet, with hotels and uses fronting 64 to be a maximum of 5 stories and 75 feet. This was added to the staff report after planning board based on comments from the planning board members saying that this would have been a useful piece of information for them to have. These are the sample elevations that the applicant has proposed in order to give us an idea of the type of architecture that they're proposing at the time. They do not have finalized architectural standards just yet, but they are working on those and will have them when they submit their site plan. This parcel is a part of the 2.5 square mile area around the Apex Peakway that was identified as a part of the 2019 Downtown Master Plan and Parking Study. That study recommended increasing the number and mixture of housing units within the Peakway by 850 units and the number within a half mile of downtown, or a 15-minute walk, by 340 units. Or I'm sorry, a 10-minute walk or half mile of downtown by 340 units. This project is proposing, as a part of their proposal to Wake County Public Schools, they listed that they were proposing 90 units. This gets us 90 of the 340, or 100 within a 10-minute walk. So just to give you one of the images from our downtown plan, we had a map that shows roughly what a 5-minute, 10-minute, and 15-minute walk is. This site is right in the middle of the 10-minute walk area. The downtown plan also recommended increasing retail, office, and restaurant opportunities within the Peakway. The area around the existing Food Lion shopping center was a special area in the study, and it shows a redevelopment of a vision of a future redevelopment option, which did include this parcel as well. And the project is proposing a vertical mixed-use building with a prohibition of first floor residential units along Hunter Street, which meets the recommendation in the plan for increasing retail, office, and restaurant opportunities within the Peakway. This condition has been offered up in order to keep the street level vibrant and to encourage our surrounding residents to walk to local amenities. It's staff's opinion that this proposal complies with the Apex Downtown Master Plan. This particular proposal did not have to go to the Environmental Advisory Board because it meets one of the exemptions in the UDO. Specifically, it meets the exemption that it's limited to revisions including building height and uses. However, we did ask for a couple of conditions to address the concerns that are typical for the EAB. Specifically to make certain that light trespass will be addressed and that native plants will be used exclusively on site. Planning Board heard this project at their November 8th meeting. They unanimously voted to recommend approval of the conditions as proposed, except they asked that the height be limited to 4 stories as is currently allowed, and that both frontages along Hunter Street and Laura Duncan should be limited to non-residential land uses only. So that would mean the first floor of both sides be limited to that. Staff is recommending approval of this rezoning as proposed by the applicant. Planning staff does not recommend limiting the Laura Duncan road frontage to non-residential uses only. And this is because Laura Duncan doesn't have the same on-street parking that Hunter Street has. Without that on-street parking, it's likely that the businesses will have to primarily be accessed from the parking lot and not Laura Duncan Road. People generally tend to have an aversion to, and it's an unusual one, but generally tend to have an aversion towards kind of looking for all their shops and then turning a corner. I don't quite understand why, and we haven't quite gotten an explanation for it, but we've seen this downtown as well on some of our side streets that have commercial options. So staff believes it's just as appropriate to have the apartment office, tenant mailboxes, common rooms, and even a few apartments on the first floor along the Laura Duncan frontage as it would be to have commercial along that area, especially if the commercial is accessed from the parking lot and not the street. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. The applicant is also here and has a presentation for you as well.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Mayo, for that presentation. Do have a question from Council Member Killingsworth.
So I noted that when we're talking about the affordable housing condition, 7B, it says area median income, but it doesn't say Wade County area median income.
It is intended to be Wake County area median income. That was just, honestly, that was just accidentally left out. It was implied and staff didn't mean to make that confusing.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Gant.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Mayo, can you clarify you mentioned the density issue where the density for the zoning, the entire development is not anticipated to be changed, but you also mentioned that the remaining parts of this parcel have already been developed. And so is it correct to say that this will add density in reality, even if it doesn't add density to the zoning in particular?
It's kind of a difficult question to answer. The other areas designated as residential have already been constructed. However, the original Villages of Apex PUD allowed an additional 164 residential units throughout the entire section of the southern portion. So staff wouldn't typically view this as an increase in the density that was already approved, so much as maximizing what was approved already. There could have been apartments built on some of the other portions of the development. Instead, the developers chose to build townhomes. That's up to each developer as they come through, but the existing density that was approved would still allow 164 units out here. This proposal is anticipating 90 units. So that's still not maxing it out. It's just making the best use of the available options.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Thank you, Mayor Gilbert. I had a question related to the affordable housing goals and the two different options. So, how are we going to decide upon that? Is that something that the council is supposed to be deciding upon, or after they understand more about their financial situation? Can you talk about that?
I can answer some of that. The applicant will probably have to answer some of that as well. My understanding is that the applicant asked for this flexibility because they were uncertain if the 5 stories would be approved. My most recent conversation was that if 5 stories is approved, then they are intending to offer the 5 apartments. If the 5 stories is not approved, that'll reduce the number of units that they can provide, which means that 5 apartments out of their new total number wouldn't be possible for their pro forma, in which case they could offer the fee or the donation rather. And staff's intent is to try to obtain at the very minimum the fee, which we recognize as kind of a minimal amount. But we're hoping to be able to work with the applicant to obtain units for people to move into. And it's honestly they've been kind enough to share their pro forma with us. So it's a matter of working that out and making sure that we can help them get a sufficient number of units in their development to support the 5 apartments.
Thank you for that. So follow up to that. So the second option is temporary. So it's only 2 years. And so
that's correct.
I think we may have lost our technology here.
Shelley, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yes,
Oh,
Mayor Pro Tem. I think her screen is frozen. So yeah, there she is. Okay.
y'all, can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, it
Yes.
just went out. Wow, okay. So I'm gonna turn my camera off so that won't happen again. Okay, let's see. Hopefully. Okay. So what that means to me is that the first 2 years that there will at least be 5 apartments available to be rented to people who have low incomes at 60% of AMI of Wake County. After the 2 years, then that means that there is no guarantee or there was no affordability whatsoever. That's what it sounds like to me. So why would that be temporary? How does that fit with our goals to just help people for 2 years? And then if people want to be in apartments long-term, then what happens at the end of 2 years?
And Nicole, if I can chime in.
I can try to answer some of that.
Can I chime in real
Yes, sir.
quick? I did some math. I just said, and this is just what I have written down. It may change. I'm seeing this fee as being roughly $22,000, and I know that the Broadstone, if we had fully funded, which we declined to do that, but if we had, it would have been roughly $12,000 per unit with that, with a long-term affordability. So, you know, what I'm seeing here, and it may change, is 10 equivalent years of affordable housing overall for or $22,000 roughly. And I think unless things change, the math would suggest that first one's better from what I'm seeing. Just if you talk about equivalent year affordability. So, but there may be changes that we'll hear, and Shelley, you may have other things to add too. But if you 5 times 2 and then compare it to what we get in theory from the gap financing, it might be a better deal to go the first.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I do always think about the financial part, but also when you're looking at people today who are trying to find a way to live in Apex today, to tell them that, you know, we had an opportunity to actually get apartments, but we opted for this for long-term finance strategy. But it's hard to tell people what's going to happen with that money. I guess if, you know, so that's the hard thing to talk about, what's going to happen with the money today. And so I really like the whole thing of doing a both and. I really like to be able to have an investment in the fund, but I also like to see people who right now are trying to figure out how to live in Apex or even keep living in Apex. Thank you so much, Brett.
If I can just paraphrase the question from just a moment ago to make certain that I understand it. You were asking what would happen at the end of the 2 years, or what might happen at the end of the 2 years, and how that might be addressed by this condition. Is that correct?
That is one.
Thank you. At the moment, the condition doesn't address what will happen at the end of the 2 years. That's up to the applicant. They could continue to offer those to low-income households, or they could return those to market rate. There has been some conversations with the assistant town manager, and the director that I was just reminded of, which is that the 2 years may not be a long enough term and might be too much of a disruption for families who have already moved in. I was advised that staff's recommendation, and I apologize for misstating this a moment ago, that staff's recommendation is actually to request the fee just specifically for that reason, because the other staff members are more concerned about the potential disruption moving forward. The applicant's also welcome to try to address the question as well. You had a second question, however, and I'm not certain that I recall that one. Would you mind restating it for me?
I didn't write it down. It's kind of in my head. So let me think.
Oh, I understand. Don't worry.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah. So one was about, one was just if we are serious about affordable housing, and we are, then why would we select an option that is so temporary? I mean, 2 years, and then, so that's a real concern of mine.
I understand.
Right. And so I just don't think we can have a condition that does that. And what happens to people? I mean, how long does the average renter stay in an apartment? And I would say it's probably more than 2 years.
I'll be honest, I don't have information about how long the average renter stays. My personal experience was roughly about that amount of time, but that's anecdotal only. The reason why the 2 years was suggested is because we were working to get something that the applicant could provide and could definitely commit to at this moment. And when staff was talking about it, we felt that 2 years was better than nothing. And at the moment, our housing manager is working on building his, getting the affordable housing board going, getting them up to speed and everything. And then we'll be working on kind of consistent zoning condition language that we can offer so that we know what our recommendations are. We'll be working on kind of a policy idea of what the minimum time frame is. But at the moment, we don't have that information. So we were trying to find a condition that will provide some benefit to the town and to the residents who want to live here while we're working on bringing those board members up to speed and getting that information. We anticipate it taking about 6 months is what CJ was telling me this afternoon to get them up to speed. So these are kind of conditions that we are trying our best to work on and to get some affordable housing in place where we can.
Last thing I'll say is, I understand that's going to take some time. I mean, my suggestion would be for us to reach out, to the Housing Coalition and just ask them related to this item so that we don't wait 6 months to get, to kind of address this. But
and he has been some conversations about that. I think that with some various members of the Housing Coalition, I think that CJ is on the call and might be able to better answer those questions.
Yeah, hi, this is CJ Valenzuela, Housing Program Manager. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. Okay, so to put it simply in black and white, how we came up with the 2 years is in working with the developer is what we did is we took the proposed contribution amount, which is not a whole lot, 22,000-ish, and we said instead of putting that in the fund as a scenario, and we can't really do a lot with that. You know, we can't go buy land, we can't really do a down payment assistance. That's not a whole lot of money. Why don't you, developer, consider taking that equivalent contribution amount and directly subsidizing low-income tenants? And so what we were able to do is establish the equivalency of taking that, instead of taking the contribution and sitting in the fund at that level, that equated to 5% of the total project units subsidizing low-income households, and there was 2 years worth of subsidy, basically, and that's how the 2 years came about on an empirical data pro forma. And so that's where when you're looking at establishing equivalent value, that's what happened. So that the 2 years is a result of a proposed direct tenant subsidy, which is the difference between what a Section 8 housing choice voucher will pay when we're looking at, and we're focusing on studio apartments. We're not focusing on the 1 and 2 bedrooms because those have a lot higher market rate rents. We're focusing on the studio apartments. And what the difference between what a voucher will pay and what the estimated market rate rent will be, that gap to subsidize a low income household is how we came up with the 2 years. And so, and that was the equivalent value of option A and option B. And so that hopefully that helps, you know, give you a mental portrait of, you know, we just didn't pull the numbers out of the sky and say, hey, we got 2 years, 3, you know, there was some equivalency there. So.
But CJ, just a question is, I guess I got the Broadstone Walk in my head. The issue with that, and I assume the option A will be folded into that, is there's the town financing, there's the tax credits from the state, and we were fortunate enough to get county money, and so it multiplied several times, it seemed like. And so it seems like that's always the way to go. It's even if it's not going to put things on the ground necessarily, like right now, but like there's no multiplier with the other option. And so how do you balance that? I mean, this is a conversation I think broader than this development, but like just in general, I'm comparing it to the previous one we saw.
Yeah, and I think when we're taking a look at 100% affordable housing project that's tax credit subsidized, and you're getting subsidy from all these other different layers of funding, as I presented to you back on the last council meeting. This is a whole different pro forma. This is a market rate rental project that, you know, the developer could consider producing a small scale percentage of affordable housing. So that pro forma is going to look different. There's not all the additional subsidy we're getting from tax credits and from Wake County and from deferred development fees and permanent financing. So the subsidy is this. The subsidy is the affordable housing contribution amount, dollar for dollar, you know, stretched out over 2 years to fill in the gap of what the voucher will pay and what the market rate rent will pay. And that's how we come up to that equivalency. So it's a completely different model. As a matter of fact, this would be the first time in town history that if you know, it was agreed upon by town council and the developer that we would be getting any type of affordable units in a market rate rental development. We've done it on the ownership product, like for example with Habitat for Humanity, but not on the rental side. So when staff came in and had discussions with the developer, we were thinking, what are some ways legally within fair housing law that we could strategize and come to some type of proposal where we can get some units in. So, and that's how we came about that direct tenant rental subsidy. And I have, if you want, I have prepared a couple PowerPoint slides so I can show you how we came up with that math. If you want to take a deeper dive, if not, you know, then I'll leave it up to you. But staff is prepared to show you how we came up with that dollar equivalency and how we came up with the 2 years. So I just didn't know how far you wanted to go into it, but hopefully that helps, you know.
I'm not sure if that's directed toward me and Nicole, but I think I'm fine seeing that on a different day. But okay. Nicole may feel differently.
Good. Thank you so much for asking.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, you still have your hand. Did you have an additional question? Okay,
No one to make sure I got them all out, so I lifted up.
okay, understood. Ms. Mayo, if it's okay, we can move to the applicant if he wishes to present. I think he has his hand up, so if you could proceed now, sir.
Awesome. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Okay, great. And I don't know how to share my screen. I do have a small presentation that I'd love to put up. I'm not sure how that works. But
Do you see a button in a box with an arrow that goes up right next to the leave?
Yeah.
Click that.
Am I sharing?
Yes.
Awesome. Good evening, council members and Mayor Gilbert. I appreciate the chance to be discussing this project with you tonight. And before I go into this small presentation, I do need to give a shout out to Mayor Gilbert for the work that he did to approve the skate park. I'm an old dude skater club member, and I do enjoy getting out there and riding at the skate park, even though I'm over 40 years old. So, so thank you. While I have the floor, I just wanted to say thank you for that. As well as council members, it's been great to be able to meet with some of you offline and get to know more about who you are and the sacrifice that you make for our town. And it really brings a greater appreciation for me, the sacrifices that you make, especially on a night like this, where you could be doing a lot more with your time, in particular as the holiday season is coming up. So thank you for that. I want to do a brief introduction. Enclave Holdings is who we are, but as an individual, I'm an Apex resident. I've been here for 14 years. We fell in love with Apex the moment we stepped foot there 14 years ago, and don't plan to leave any time. We've actually moved once in the 14-year period, and that's been closer to downtown. So we're right south of the police department, and we're right there on Saunders and Chatham. Our access to our house is on Person Street, but we really enjoy being there. I do have one of the benefits of being able to put my name in at scratch, and when it's an hour wait, I can go home and wait as I walk back to my home. So I know you might be jealous of that, but I'm really proud of the ability that we have to walk to downtown. As far as Enclave Holdings, you can tell by this snapshot of our portfolio here is that we've focused on historic properties. We have an affinity to red brick, it seems. And we focused our portfolio and acquisitions on breathing new life into older buildings. Most of these buildings are on some sort of historic register, and some are even on the National Historic Register. But we focused on secondary markets in the downtown areas for more walkability and urban living. We have done some larger projects that have included some really heavy lifting. One of those is an old office building that was run down and dilapidated, and we completely gutted that, took out elevators and added a new floor and rearranged the site to accommodate parking and sidewalks and landscaping. You can see here the before and afters of that. That's just a sample of some of the stuff that we've done. For this site though, this is the proposed building footprint in green there. And that is a wraparound building there. It's essentially doubling what was there previously and having that ground floor retail kind of come up around that corner. We're really looking at, I know Shelley had mentioned this, but we're really looking at having it almost be 3/4 of the way, and allowing some of this to be office and or uses if there is some limitation on the stories. Our look, although we're not preserving a building here per se. We are preserving the look and feel of historic Apex. And that's something that's really important to me as a resident, as well as us as a company, to have something that fits in look-wise and style-wise and architecturally to the surrounding area. And so we envision something on the red brick side there where we're incorporating maybe some architectural type windows or the look of those, as well as maybe a little bit of a modern flair mixed in with that industrial and rustic look. As far as the project goes, there's been some concern, as Shelley pointed out. One of those concerns is traffic congestion. The project that was here previously was ground floor commercial with 2 floors of office, and the 4th floor was residential. Essentially, the only thing that we're trying to do is change the uses above to be not be limited to 25% residential, but to allow up to 75 to 80% of that residential. And I'd like to note that in the traffic impact analysis, the TIA, we did an update to that. They had one that was added an addendum in 2018 when they changed kind of the mix there, including 1 floor of residential and 2 floors of office. And it should be noted, it says here in our updated one that this updated density, meaning the 90, actually in the traffic impact analysis, they did 95 units. That this updated density is expected to generate less weekday, daily, AM and PM traffic than what was proposed in the TIA of 2018 addendum, which included the office. I imagine that's because as far as offices goes, employees may not be limited. I know that they could probably take a guesstimate there on square footage per employee, but this is significantly less traffic than what would be generated. I know that there's some kind of unfounded fear, I guess, because you hear 90 units, you hear residential, and you think, man, just more traffic congestion. But according to our TIA, this is actually less than what was previously approved. Parking and availability. You know, one of the things that I mentioned earlier is the ability to walk to downtown. And I think that having these units here in the study area of the downtown plan is really impactful. We've made significant strides with COVID, accelerating the ability to have technology be more part of our daily life and reduce commute times. When you're looking at people going back to work that are actually requiring people to be in the office, you're looking at typically a 60 to 40 split of their time, 60% at home and 40% in the office. And I know that could be attributed to initial back to work policies, but I think that will kind of hold for the long term. So as you think about parking and as you think about traffic, know that this project will probably have a lot of people working from home, and there will not be, you know, a 9 o'clock rush out of the parking lot and a 5 o'clock rush back in. You know, one of the main factors to congestion within the downtown area is everybody who lives outside of the downtown area. They need a place to park when they come into town. And when you live there, you can keep your car parked in the parking lot and you can walk, you know, as mentioned before, it's within the 10-minute walk. I think the actual walk is actually more like 7 from this site to the center of downtown. As far as parking too, I think I'd have to say that, you know, I have a family of 7. I have 5 children, and my wife and I, we are owners of 3 cars. And when we want to go to Fresh Ice Cream, when we want to go to Scratch, when we want to go to Apex Outfitters, even when we want to go to the skate park and or Hunter Street Park, our cars stay in our driveway because we can walk. So when you're talking about people enjoying and being a part of that downtown, and you think in your mind, man, having this much density this close to downtown is going to cause problems, I think it's quite the opposite. The other issues that have come up have been lighting. We are very cognizant and aware of the neighboring townhomes, and in the neighborhood meeting this came up. We will do all we can to keep lighting down to a minimum, have dark sky, have timers, and even we talked about pole height limitations that we could do. One of the biggest concerns has been this 4 stories. The height gave a lot of heartburn to some of the residents. It gave some heartburn to the planning board. And I'd like to illustrate that 4 stories versus 5 stories versus a cap in height in feet can all actually work together. And then I'll address the affordability and the school capacity as we move further down. But this is the project that we could actually develop today with a minor site plan approval. No need to go through town council. I don't believe that this is all done through planning. This was the site that had full architectural drawings done. And unfortunately, it didn't get built. And well, or fortunately for us, it didn't get built. I think a lot of that was due to the fact that it was not feasible, that the office space did not generate enough income in order to do that. But this building right here is 4 stories and 60 feet in height. The floors on the first floor are 16 feet, and the 3 floors above it are 13.5 feet apiece, which is significant, which is a significant floor to ceiling height, and that's because it's office. When we heard the planning board and we heard the neighbors' concern about the height, we accommodated that. This 4-story building that was previously approved at 60 feet, we went back to our architect, said, hey, is there a way to do this to where we can keep the height the same as what was previously done in order to respect the neighbors, in order to respect those who bought townhomes previously and knew that there was a commercial component there, but weren't expecting a 75-foot building. And this is what we came up with. We came up with the fact that, in fact, we can do this with 60 feet by reducing the first floor to 13 feet 8 inches and every subsequent floor above that to 11.5 feet floor to floor. This still allows for 9-foot ceilings on the interior for the residences, and this still allows for a 12-foot ceiling on the ground floor commercial, which is a significant amount of space, even if you were to do exposed ducting to kind of make it more streamlined and modern on the interiors. So I want you to know that we've heard these concerns and we've met that height requirement. Even though we're wanting a 5th story, we're keeping it at the 4-story height. We have in the application 65 feet. That's just giving us a little bit of flexibility if there are any issues with the site improvements that we need to make and grading and so forth.
Mayor Gilbert,
Yes, ma'am.
your time has gone off, the time of it all.
Okay.
My time's expired?
Yes, sir.
Oh, shoot. All right.
All right, hold on one second. Councilmember Killingsworth.
I would like to hear him talk about the affordability piece of this.
Okay.
If that's okay. The rest of the
That's fine.
council.
I think that's right.
Can I say that I would say the high profile nature of this development, I think limiting, I mean, not forever, but like, I think hearing, keep having keep going is my preference.
Okay, I think I'm in agreement too. So proceed, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. One of the biggest things that we took into consideration is the downtown plan. As a resident, when I first saw the downtown plan, I'm obviously for smart growth, for town center development, and was just super excited about what I saw with the master plan and the parking study. These are just some quotes that you all I know are familiar with. I know that you guys took a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of resources to make this downtown plan happen, and I appreciate it as a resident. And I'm grateful that people participated. 1,768 people participated, in fact, in the online survey. One quote that I want to point out, though, is putting the amount and types of housing within the walking distance is another vital component of forecasting success for the downtown. With that, one aspect of the study was what capture of people moving into Apex, which is roughly 2,400 households, could move into Apex any given year. And of that 2,400, 1,080 households could move into the study area, which includes this parcel. What type of housing are they looking for? What type of housing do they prefer? Over 50% prefer multifamily for rent housing. And of that, in the study group, actually, in the online surveys, the top 3 choices for multifamily housing, the #1 choice by more than double is loft style living above mixed use. So above some sort of commercial component. And public input gathered reflects a desire for smaller, more affordable units in the study area. We have done an amazing job in Apex at building townhomes, at building single family residences. We are a family-oriented city. At the same time, we're doing a disservice to a big group of people that just don't have housing options. They don't have them. This includes singles. This includes childless couples. This includes empty nesters and retirees. Of the 1,080 who could potentially move into this study area, 65% are retirees, empty nesters, singles, and childless couples who, when you look at the study area, what do they have to rent? They don't have studio apartments. They don't have a lot of 1-bedrooms. Villages of Apex, Bell Villages of Apex is the closest thing that they have. And there's no service there for this demographic. The walk scores of the current suburban garden style retail averaged somewhere between 9 and 34 on the walk score meter. This would be well above 90 with the availability to be able to walk to Lidl. As much as we all, I mean, I say all, as much as a majority feel like Food Lion is an eyesore, they have the ability to walk there, and they have the ability to walk to downtown. One of the top 10 projects that the residents wanted to see, that the market study showed, was constructing 100 units. We've got 3 projects currently underway of the top 10. This would be a 4th project in the top 10, which we could put on the website, which is great. I know it's already there. And just to wrap up, you know, these are some of the things that we found in the study that this can contribute. Create a vibrant space for people to gather. We're going to have ground floor retail. We're going to be catering to tenants that are restaurants or shops or breweries with a component of outdoor seating, expanding housing options that promote equity. We do not have a diversity of unit typologies, unfortunately. And as far as the affordability component, you know, thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Dozier for the senior center that was just built. I think that this project serves seniors more than anybody. This project, the only studio apartments that you can rent right now are at Cambridge Village, which is over by Walmart. And those go for over $3,000 a unit because it's an assisted living type facility. There are a significant amount of retirees, especially because of the pandemic, that have been forced to retire or have chosen to retire because it's just too crazy. Including my son's principal is retiring in December. I think that that's pandemic induced. There is not a place for seniors, empty nesters to live that is this transitional type housing that provides them a place to live at an affordable rate that's not $3,000 for a 450 square foot unit. We know from our own experience that smaller units, we've done micro units in other submarkets, as well as 1 bedroom that are about 600 square feet. The demographic shift for not needing as much space and rather having something cheaper where, hey, I can go rent a 1 bedroom or a studio for $995. I'd rather take that, save my money elsewhere, as opposed to going and getting a 2 bedroom or a 3 bedroom unit. The naturally affordable housing that occurs when you build studios and when you build 1 bedrooms really contributes to the supply of catering to those young couples who are coming out of college that are delaying having a traditional or non-traditional family. This project can really have an impact on that demographic, which, as we know, is 65% of that capture. I would love to be able to contribute to the town in this way. We really believe in this project. We believe that what we're providing here is something unique. It's something that hasn't been done before. On the affordable component, and this is an direct answer to your question, Mayor Pro Tem Dozier, we don't have any gap funding for this. We're a developer that believes in giving back to those who are less fortunate. In our project in Raleigh, we renovated 64 units. Of those 64 units, 10% are on vouchers, whether it's a HUD-VASH voucher or whether it's a Passage Home voucher. We are able to provide that, and we're able to provide that in this development out of the goodness of our heart. We're not asking for money, and actually CJ will tell you, unfortunately, we're out of money. There is no money to give to this project to provide any sort of gap funding. Or if there is, it's got to be 20 to over 20% in order to provide some sort of financing incentive. This is something that we're proposing that is market rate, private equity development that is proposing, hey, look, we can give you 5 units for 2 years, or we can give this donation. We would love to give the 5 units. If that's 6% of 90. If we're capped at 4 stories and we have to reduce this project down to 70 or 60 units, unfortunately, I cannot make that work financially. I cannot stick with 5 units, and that's why that option is in there. If we're capped at 4 stories and we can't get 90 units on there, the best that I can do is give a $250 donation based on 60 units. So you're also losing some income there to the fund, but we would love to do that. We would love to no more than lease to the first 5 residents. That would be awesome. That would be something that would be great. And if 2 years is a little too temporary, we're open to talking about a little bit more years. You know, is it 3? Is it 4? Is it 5? I don't know. But we're definitely open to some discussion on that. And I think that's all for my presentation.
Thank you so much. Great presentation. We'll open up the questions now for the applicant if you have any, council.
How do I stop sharing my?
Shelley, Ms. Mayo.
Just click the same
Okay.
button again or hit the escape button on your keyboard.
All right, thank you so much. Councilmember Stallings.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation, and it was really informative. And yeah, I know you're getting a lot of questions on housing affordability, and here's one more. When you said you were open to maybe talking about longer years, does that mean you're open to providing that as a condition now? Is that a possibility or not?
I would be open to that now, yes. If I can get some assurance on how many units I can build there. We really need the 5th story in order to do that. One of the reasons why we kept the option open for non-commercial use on Laura Duncan is in order to have some flexibility there as well, to be able to put more units down on the 1st floor if need be.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So if council agrees to go with the 5 stories, what type of offer could you offer on the housing affordability?
Can I ask 5 plus? My preference would be the non-residential 1st floor along Laura Duncan too. Can that be part of your question? Because that'd be my strong preference as
Yes,
well.
That's fine with my question. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So we have had discussions about Laura Duncan. I know that planning staff feel very strongly about people getting guided around to that side of Laura Duncan. We do want to make it a vibrant development, and we would be open to commercial on the ground floor of Laura Duncan as well. As far as making a commitment to how many years, I mean, I would be willing to look at something in that 4-year range, if that's doable. It's a significant amount of funds when you're looking at limiting it to the 60 AMI.
Okay.
And again, this is unprecedented. I mean, we have not had a private partnership like this. As CJ pointed out, the projects that you saw go through before are 100% LIHTC. We actually work with DHIC on the 64 units that we bought in Raleigh. So we're very familiar with DHIC and their work. And they've got a significant amount of funding and subsidy from all over, Wake County, Apex, and I believe state and federal. So that's just something we're not skilled in. We're not affordable housing developers, but because we believe in offering affordable housing and the way that pricing is going in Apex, even though I feel like the units that we're providing are naturally affordable, you know, we're willing to make that contribution.
Okay, thank you. So I think I heard you say up to 4 years. So I'm curious what some of my other colleagues think.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
So I think my bigger concern of floors versus height is the height. And with the limitation on the 60 feet in height, I would be fine with the 5 stories, providing the affordable housing for 4 years. So I think that's a good offer.
You mean 65? Because that was what was in the proposal.
Yeah, 65. Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Thank you, Mayor Gilbert. I guess my question along with what Ms. Stallings was speaking about is, and I really appreciate your explaining about the situation and how you're doing this, Curtis, but can you explain what happens after the fourth year? So if resident A is in the apartment at the 3-year mark or something, are they reminded that your subsidy will end in a year so that they have time to decide whether they are able to stay there or not? So there's, so people can just sort of have a smooth handoff to what their next option is.
Yes, yes. And depending, again, you know, it is rare. I know the question was brought up, the average length, you know, of tenant, of a tenant at an apartment complex. It's hard to say. You've got tenants that will stay and with incremental increases in rent each year. We'll continue to say you'll have ones that, you know, you tell them we're going to bump it $10 and they're going to say they're going to move and go find something else. You know, one of the benefits that any of these voucher programs have is that they also increase their voucher stipend per unit, and based on the affordability, whether it's 60 or 80 or 50 AMI. And so, you know, it could be that they continue to stay after 5 years. You know, there's typically incremental bumps within that housing voucher that could allow, and if the tenants are keeping up on their space and tidiness and so forth, then of course we would let them stay. And yes, we're not here to slap a notice on them with 30 days and tell them you got to get out of here. We would definitely, actually, in one of the projects that we did, we hired a liaison and we paid him full time to be able to help relocate some of the tenants that were impacted while we did the renovation and while we transitioned them back into some of the units. Not everybody was transitioned back because a lot of them had criminal backgrounds and were not safe for the community. But that was one of the things that we've done is had them have, it was basically a caseworker for us to help them find a new place to live and take them by the hand and make sure that they're not getting kicked out on the street. So.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, hearing none. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move right now to open up public hearing for comments for this item. And my error earlier, but we did have one that came from Mark and Sylvia Burley, 530 Grand Central Station. And Deputy Clerk Silver, do we have any more?
Yes, sir.
All right, that was the only one. And you, council member, you should have received that by email. So with that, we'll go ahead and close public hearing for comments and go back to discussion on this item.
I would like to go ahead and make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we approve with the limitation of the 65-foot height limit and the addition of the 4 years as a condition instead of 2. And adding the wording of Wake County area median income.
And Laura Duncan?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Councilmember Killingsworth. Mrs. Mayo.
May I just ask for quick clarification? Is the change to the affordable housing condition to only allow the 4 years, or to allow both options still?
My assumption is that we were going to still continue to allow both options and just change the one of the what is it, 7B to minimum of 4 years.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Mahaffey.
I'll just point out that if we double the 4 years and we leave the option for 250, they're no longer financially equivalent. Why wouldn't they just pay the 250? So you'd have to double the 250 to 500 if you want to keep both options there, or drop it altogether.
Well, and let me ask a question then, if that's appropriate at this time.
Sure.
So to the applicant, would you be willing to drop 7A as one of the affordable housing options?
Yes.
Okay.
Then if I may, I'm just going to share my screen to show what would be replacing that condition, just so that everyone has that in front of them. This is what we have at the moment. I'm gonna zoom in more since I recognize my screen is a little on the small side.
Ms. May, as you're doing this, can you do all the things that we changed on one screen to make sure
I
everybody's
can
on the same page?
I can try.
Okay.
Okay, so this would be essentially striking this condition to replace it with that. And then, one moment please while I find my phrasing. Changing this condition. Please let me know. I'm happy to enlarge it further. To does that seem accurate?
Right, and the 65 feet was in there
65
already
feet is already in the application.
without the four floor limitation as well, just the height, right?
Right, so it would be, the way the condition reads is as follows.
And Shelley, this is CJ, and to help clarify for Council Member Killingsworth, it's actually going to be, instead of Wake County area median income, it's going to be Raleigh NC. So it's going to be Raleigh NC Metropolitan Statistical Area. So, well, might as well be official. Yeah, and I'm glad Council Member Killingsworth brought that up, because Wake County is included within the Raleigh NC Metro MSA, Metropolitan Statistical Area, and that's the official. So I just wanted to make sure, thank you for bringing that up. So.
Okay, so let me restate my condition, I guess, or my my motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve, including the following conditions. At least 5 apartments shall be rented to and initially occupied by low-income households earning up to 60% of the Raleigh NC Metropolitan Statistical Area median income, as published by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for at least 4 years. Another condition of first floor residential shall be prohibited along Hunter Street and Laura Duncan Road. And last condition, the maximum height for mixed use buildings with a combination of residential and non-residential uses shall be 5 stories or 65 feet.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Stallings.
Yes, I'm sorry, folks. I was seeking clarification from the applicant. I was thinking you wanted to have residential options off on the Laura Duncan side. Did I misunderstand that?
We did want that, Councilmember Stallings, thank you for bringing that up. We did want Laura Duncan. However, we think that we can still get the amount of units with the 5th floor. That was as an option, really, to, if we were going to be capped at 4 stories, would really have a significant impact on the amount of units. So I guess I have a clarification for that. Is the office for the residential component, is that considered commercial as well, or is that part of the residential? Because if we're having a hard time finding a spot for that, we do not have full architectural plans right now, so.
I think the way that town staff would interpret that would be that the office would be a non-residential use.
That's consistent with previous interpretation for another project.
Okay, thank you.
So the leasing office with this language could be placed on the first floor.
Of Laura Duncan, yeah.
Or of either frontage.
And Ms. Stallings, just to tell my preference, I think I also share the concern about the corner not getting as much usage as Hunter Street because of people walking and not seeing that. But I'm thinking long term, I think there's a chance that the food line development may in the downtown plan actually showed a picture of this. It would redevelop, and then there would be a lot more people walking along Laura Duncan as well. And so I think it's good for the future to have that stretch be that way and not just on Hunter Street. That was my thinking. I'm not sure how the applicant thinks, but that was my thinking about all this.
Can you all have any influence on that owner selling? If so, please let me know.
We'll work on it. Well, because we have this written in front of us, you should remove the area after median, Shelley.
Actually, those are two separate things, which is why I added the apostrophe here. The metropolitan statistical area is one set of phrase, is one complete phrase. It's technical language that planners just adore, which is why I put the abbreviation in here to kind of break it up a little bit. And then area median income is a separate thing entirely.
Okay. That
just to show you how awkward all of our language can end up being.
Okay. Then that's fine. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Killingsworth. There's second, more discussion.
Second, Gant.
Second, Gant. More discussion. Councilmember Mahaffey.
Yeah, I think this is a great project, but I can't get over the 5-story thing. Like, this is in the middle, well, not in the middle of our downtown, but it's in our core downtown area. And I think I would have preferred to keep it at 4 stories and us to gone down that route and explored options there.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Thank you, Mayor Gilbert. Mr. Mahaffey, so the way the applicant explained the 4 stories versus the 5 stories, that there's what 60 feet, which is what 4 stories allow. Are you willing to support this or feel better about this if it's 5 stories at 60 feet?
I wouldn't approve 4 stories at 60 feet either. But that's the zoning that we had, you know.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. Councilmember Stallings.
So I'm curious, Councilmember Mahaffey, what would satisfy you? What are you thinking?
So we were offered 2 paths at the start of this, right? It was 5 stories, 90 units, and various, conditions with affordable housing and number of units. Or if we take out the 5th story, that would mean A, B, and C for the project. We'd have to have ground floor, residential, and other implications. And we didn't really go down that path of exploring it. We went down this one, and my preference would have been go down the 4-story path and worked out with that. What that would have meant for the project, and I think that would have been that's would have been my preference.
All right, any additional?
So I guess as follow-up, Mayor, my question would be, does council want to explore that option or not in terms of having more discussion about what a 4-floor option might look like?
I mean, I would, but I don't want, you know, like if there's council support for this option, we don't have to spend an hour and a half to to have a discussion to make me happy. Like it's a matter of what the majority wants to do.
And for me, I was at the, you know, what the planning board recommended and what, you know, we heard from, you know, with the feedback we had received. So when understanding that what 4 stories is and then the feet for that. So that's the only reason I would consider, after speaking with the applicant, is the 5 stories. 'Cause the way he explained it to me was like, it's 5 stories in a 4-story, you know, box is exactly how he explained it to me. Is the only reason I was considering 5, because it was the same visually and the impacts, and so I'm happy to talk more about what that looks like.
Okay, anyone else? So is anyone opposed to moving to a vote right now? Besides Mr. Mahaffey?
Well, we had a motion and a second, so I think we should have a vote according to the rules.
Yeah, I didn't say I was opposed to moving to a vote.
Okay, all right. All right, we move to a vote then. All in favor indicate by saying aye, opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Yant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
Councilmember Mahaffey.
No.
All right. Motion passes 4-1. All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Look forward to this.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Mayo, thank you. All right, we move now to new business 1. Discussion of Wake County Apex Main EMS Station. Mayor Pro Tem Nicole Dozier, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Mayor Gilbert, and hopefully my camera will be okay for this. So for me, you know, I was glad to hear that the community was engaging with us. They engaged with us, they engaged with the county, they engaged with staff. I was also glad to hear that there were 2 of the 2 main concerns that people had, that one of them was addressed, but was a little disappointed though that there was one that was outstanding. And so, you know, I originally wanted to have an agenda item where we could have a fuller discussion about what our constituents were asking us for. And then when we got, you know, a lot of engagement from folks, you know, the issue really is around Stub Road, UDO, and a non-residential project, not a subdivision. And so for me, what I would like to see is that, well, first of all, there's been a lot of different conversations between different stakeholders. But what I'm feeling is that hasn't happened and needs to happen is what we've done recently, is to have a community meeting where all the stakeholders the main stakeholders are in the room and have a facilitated discussion about all the information, all the details at one time. And so for me, based on the way things have gone, I feel that it's time to have a level set where we stop the progress on the project until we have a meeting where people can, in one room, express all the details. And at that point, I don't think that any decision should be made until all of those details and facts are out there on the table. And this is the way things are supposed to go, that people are supposed to come and engage. And, you know, for me, I am the elected member who is bringing this, and is not, I'm not putting the people in the middle and I'm bringing this. And so I'm bringing it, and I'm asking that no decisions be made, that the progress is stopped until people are in a room or in a Zoom and are getting all the details out there so that people can be heard. And then we make decisions, we as a governing body, or make decisions based on what the stakeholders are, what we learned from those meetings, and then related to, so the sub road, public safety, transportation, and issues around the county and the town. Those are the things that have come up from these 20 different emails to us. So that's where I want, and so for me, I just would like to direct staff to lead a community meeting where that happens, and that no decision is made until that happens, and so that whatever decision is made, that it would influence this project.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
I want to thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Nicole Dozier, for bringing this. We've had quite a lot of engagement from the community and from people obviously wanting to get involved and wanting to let people know what their thoughts are on this. So I think that's a great idea. Kind of having everything, it's like, okay, let's put a pause on everything. Let's have this community meeting. Let's discuss all of these concerns from all the different stakeholders and kind of get where everybody's standing on this before it moves forward any farther. So I agree with you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Killingsworth.
Thank you.
Okay, I just want to add, it certainly is the right thing to do. You can never go wrong with having more discussion. And as you mentioned, there's so many stakeholders involved. And I think there's been, not intentionally, just, you know, one group of people not hearing the other. And this impacts quality of life for many people. So it's no reason to rush to anything, any decision. And if we have the time to take to discuss these items in detail, it can only make us better as a community. So I support you on this move completely. And thank you for doing it.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Stallings.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for bringing this up, and I'm fine with doing a community meeting as well. Are we on any particular timelines? Is there, I see Ms. Hoey, you've come in, is there any direction or suggestions from staff on timelines that we need to be thinking about if we do have a community meeting?
I'd like to request that we go into a closed session to discuss this matter prior to the council giving further direction.
Okay, is there a motion to go into closed session?
I make a motion to go into closed session. Stallings.
Okay, second.
Yeah.
Second, Ms. Dozier. All in favor indicate by saying aye, opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, motion passed unanimously. We'll move to the closed session link. Thank you. Okay, looks like we have everyone back. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier, you can proceed with your item.
All right, thank you, Mayor Gilbert. So my request is to direct staff to lead and organize a community meeting that includes all stakeholders. That includes the people most impacted or feel they are most impacted, the county, the town, elected officials, to get at the issues around the stub road, safety concerns, and transportation. And additionally, that we would work with the applicant to ensure that the community meeting happens in advance of the reviews. So that is what I would like to. So should I put that in the form of a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what I'm doing? Okay. So that is my motion. To direct staff to lead and organize a community meeting with stakeholders and to work with the applicant to ensure that the community meeting happens before review. That's my motion.
All right, thanks for your motion, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
I will second that. Killingsworth.
Second, Killingsworth. All right, any further discussion on it? Ms. Bunce?
I was just going to clarify, is that before approval of the minor site or work with the applicant that the meeting happens before any further review? We were anticipating a resubmittal soon, so that's why I'm asking. And perhaps in talking with the applicant, maybe they won't resubmit when we were anticipating. So.
I think that's probably a question for Ms. Hoey to clarify.
Amanda, can you repeat your question, please?
So the motion was that the meeting would occur prior to the review. Staff was anticipating a resubmittal on December 3rd. And if we receive a submittal, then we have to review it. I don't anticipate that it would be approved in the next round of review, just based on current trends of site plans and the number of comments and such. So I think it would be better if the motion would be before minor site approval.
Ms. Bunce, do you guys have a timeline upon which between submittal and approval has to happen?
There's no particular timeline. We have a published schedule. So the next resubmittal date is December 3rd. And we have a very short turnaround time on review because we will hold our next, what we call our TRC meeting on December 16th. And then after that, the next resubmittal date would be, I believe, January 14th. With our TRC meeting being on the 27th. And it's at our TRC meeting where we analyze the status of the project, the number of comments, the type of comments that are left, and decide whether or not we can issue minor site plan approval.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Bunce.
I don't have any objections to Amanda's suggested language change.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, you good with that? You're on mute, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you, so.
Okay. Do you want follow-up information?
It seems to me, Ms. Dozier, that approval is more in our control than review is, from what I'm hearing. So gives us time to actually have a meeting when we have more control over the approval part and that timing.
What were you suggesting for me to add to this then? Oh, Ms. Hoey. You gonna say something?
I'm sorry, I was trying to come off mute there. I kept double clicking for some reason. I apologize. I think the suggestion by Amanda just gives more time for the meeting taking place before we would issue any kind of an approval. It's more of a timing thing. If they resubmit by December 3rd, did you say? It's just a really short timeline there. I don't, I think it just gives us more time to get a meeting before there would be any kind of an approval. If that was your aim there.
Okay. So my motion is to direct staff to lead and organize a community meeting with stakeholders that includes county, town, the most impacted, directly impacted neighbors, elected officials. And that staff would also work to ensure with the applicant that the community meeting occurs before approval decision. That's my motion.
Seconded. You're on.
Mayor Gilbert, you're on mute.
It's getting late. Any more information to add? If not, we'll go to the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye, opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, passed unanimously. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah,
We'll
thank
move
you.
now to updates by the town manager, Ms. Crosby.
Good evening. Hold on one second. Let me get my notes. All right, so I have a few updates. The first is we are getting ready for our annual holiday lights on Holt Road. And so we've posted information on our social media page about the date and time that the lights will be up, and information about the traffic, direction of the traffic to keep down any traffic backups. So just asking residents, if you're interested in learning more about the lights, to take a look at our social media page. Secondly, we're preparing for the Rotary Holiday Parade that's going to be held on December 4th at 4:30, starting at 5:00 p.m. downtown. And so we want everybody to take advantage of that. And then lastly, just to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and to have a safe holiday season, and for those that are traveling to be safe in their travels. Those are our updates.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby. I have a follow-up on the Christmas lights on Holt Road. Do you know if there was a community meeting held for the residents that's impacted by that traffic plan? I know we had talked about that. There are many people that have been sending a lot of concerns about it. So I just want to make sure that all concerns were heard. I mean, I fully support it with Mr. Guerrera and what he's doing to help us out. But we had a lot of people flooding our emails last year for this situation. So I just want to make sure that all voices have been heard.
So we started a couple of months ago. I know the police department reached out to the residents. I know one in particular that had concerns. In terms of a broad community meeting, I'm not sure that happened. But we talked to the residents that started emailing earlier in the year about it, and that's how we came up with the plan. In addition to that, we are sending letters out to the community to talk about the plan, and Sean is working on getting those letters out. If we need to have a community meeting, more than happy to do that.
Okay. It actually kicks off Thursday, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Crosby? Okay, thank you, Ms. Crosby. All right, moving now to closed session. Possible motion to go into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A5 to discuss the town's negotiating position with respect to acquisition of real property. Their motion.
I make a motion, we go into closed session.
Stallings motion.
Second.
Second Killingsworth. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, unanimous. We move to closed session link. Thank you. Y'all ready to go home? We're going home. All right. So we got everything covered. Long meeting. Appreciate everybody hanging in there. Got a lot done tonight. So have a great Thanksgiving, and we will see you on the 14th of December, next council meeting. All right, meeting adjourned. Thank y'all.
Bye.
Bye.